Yaji Aondu, and I'm a lawyer with many caps, but for this purpose, I'm a lawyer and an ADR advocate with a flair for mediation. So I'll be moderating the check-in session this morning, and I'm hoping that I'll have your collaboration and we'll have a good time as well. So for the check-in activity, we've posted it on the platform. I believe all of us are on the platform. Please, could you confirm that you have seen it on the platform?
We're on the platform, but there's no check-in activity for today. Only the Zoom meeting was posted.
No, please check again now and confirm that.
I
Let
just
me know
did.
if you are.
There's no new notification.
Oh, so could it be network from your end? But that's not an issue. Can others confirm if they have seen it?
Yes, I've seen it on the WhatsApp group platform.
Okay, all right. Thank you so
Outside
much.
the box. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, exactly. So that will be our check-in activity for today. The focus is on thinking out of the box. That's the focus of our check-in activity today. So let me see if I can share it here.
Oh, good morning. Okay, if you're able to share, if not, let me share from my own end.
Yes, I think I can do that.
All right.
Okay, can we all see it on the screen?
Yes, I can see it on the screen.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you very much. Thank you very much. So for the check-in activity today, the focus is on thinking outside the box. Sorry, can we all mute so that we'll have a session? If you are not talking, please mute. Are they with me? I think I can mute from my end. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So for the check-in activity today, the focus is on thinking outside the box, creativity, creative problem solving, and all of that. So this is a significant skill for a mediator. So in order for us to resolve this puzzle this morning, please permit me to pick your brains a bit on a possible solution regarding this puzzle as has been displayed on the screen. So the instruction is connect 9 dots with 4 lines without lifting your pen. Connect 9 dots with 4 lines without lifting your pen. So the dots are as displayed on the screen, right? So you have to connect the 9 dots. There are 9 dots as we can see. So without lifting your pen, connect 9 dots with 4 lines. So take note of the specific instructions. Connect the 9 dots with 4 lines. Emphasis on 4 lines and emphasis on without lifting your pen. Okay, so we can get a piece of paper, a plain paper preferably, and then try to connect the dots. And then if you have done that, please snap it and post it on the WhatsApp platform or on the Zoom platform so that we can analyze it together. So the countdown starts now. We have very limited time. So let's see how we can solve this puzzle together this morning. So just a little elaboration on this puzzle. So connecting 9 dots with 4 lines without lifting a pen is basically a classic lateral thinking puzzle. So the solution to this puzzle will require you to be very creative, to think outside the box, to challenge assumptions. So I'm looking forward to that this morning from everyone on this call. I'm also working with you. So at the end of the day, when I've received the response from everyone, I would also share my image as well on what I think is a possible solution to this puzzle. So can we start sending it in, please? I've not seen any. I've not seen any on the platform yet.
We are still trying to solve it, ma'am.
Okay. Please feel free to take all the time you want to. So for those that are just joining in, we are still on our check-in activity this morning, and we're trying to unravel a puzzle. So the focus of this puzzle this morning is on the ability of the mediator to think outside the box, the ability of the mediator to be creative, the ability of the mediator to challenge assumptions, right? It's a very, very significant skill for a mediator. So we want to share your thoughts on how we can resolve this puzzle. The puzzle is as displayed on the screen and on the WhatsApp platform as well. So I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to see your response. Should I tag this check-in session to a gift? I don't know. Okay, yeah. So I have a response from Tafa. Sorry, I don't know if I got your name correctly. Tafa. This is a good try. Let me see if I can share this on the platform. I'm trying to share the image Tafa has uploaded. Okay. I'm expecting more responses. We'll have just 30 minutes for this session. Okay. Yes, good try. Good try, Ornella. I don't know if
Can I
I
help
got.
you to share?
Okay, that's fine. I'm trying to do that, but I think it's a bit slow.
Okay, let me just try from my end and see. I have my WhatsApp. Okay. This one is from Jonathan.
Yes, Jonathan Tafa. Good try. Good try. So let me analyze Jonathan's image now. So back to the instruction. The instruction, if you are just joining us, we're still on the check-in activity. And the check-in activity today is on thinking outside the box. And the instruction is connect 9 dots with 4 lines without lifting a pen. So if we are going to use that instruction and then analyze Tapa's image, I can see 1 line, 2, 3. So it doesn't even meet up the 4-line instruction. But good try, Tapa. So let's
Hello,
move
okay.
to the next
Good morning.
image. Good morning. Good
Can
morning.
good morning, Ma.
Good
Can we do
morning.
it on a paper and then take a shot of it?
Exactly. That's what you're expected to do. Draw it on a paper, take a shot, and post it on the platform.
Okay, Ma. Okay, Ma.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma.
So, okay, so we have another image. This is from, okay, I've not gotten the name,
His name
but
is Onel, something like Onel.
Onel, okay. So
Onella, something like that.
let's
If you check the
let's
WhatsApp, you will see the name.
yes, so sorry about that. So let's analyze Onella's image. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this 5 lines I'm seeing here? So I think I can see basically 5 lines. Good try, Onel. So let's look at other images as well. So the key points about this puzzle is there's no specification as to whether the line should be straight or separate, but the phrase without lifting a pen is a hint to the fact that there should be a continuous motion. So once you carry your pen, there should be a continuous motion rather than having separate lines. A continuous motion that's like a continuous loop that will take you through the 9 dots and connect all of them without lifting your pen, just with 4 lines. So we've seen a lot of images so far that have been posted. I'm looking forward to more. I'm looking forward to more images. So if you can see your screen for those just joining in, we have 9 dots.
Okay, I'll send in mine.
Okay. Wow, this is interesting. So let's analyze this as well. We'll try 1, 2, 3, 4. But my problem with this is there are 4 lines quite all right, but it's not connecting all the dots together. But it's quite close. So I'm looking forward to more tries, more images. Any more? Don't just give up yet. So you should know that for a mediation process, the mediation is not a one-size-fits-all process, right? So think out of the box, looking at these 9 dots. How can you unravel this puzzle? Okay, so let's analyze this. This is from, okay, forgive me if I don't get the name correctly. But we can go ahead and do the analysis. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Quite interesting. 4 lines, but the dots are not all connected.
This is second try.
Yes. So don't give
Jonathan.
up. Don't
Yes.
give up. I'm still looking forward. So I need you people to challenge me. Challenge me this morning. Challenge me this morning. I want to leave here at the end of the day with the notion that this is the most intelligent set of participants that we've ever had. All right. Wow, this is interesting.
This one is from Hadiza.
Wow, Hadiza, nice try. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, not the dots are still not fully connected. So let me give you a little hint. Don't restrict yourself to the boundaries of the grid, right? You can extend it a little bit, and then perhaps you get the right the right solution to the puzzle. Wow. Is this drawn by someone or it was just, this is a perfect drawing. Wow. Who is this from? Oh my goodness. Congratulations, sir. This is impressive. I'm so impressed. So let's analyze this. Neat drawing, well outlined lines. So this is, okay, so if I'm going to get to the root of this puzzle, let's say it started here, 1, 2, 3, and he went this way. So that's 4, right? So 4 lines without lifting a pen, and all the dots are connected. Do you all agree with me? I remember in a previous session we had the the participants challenged me. They said that my final conclusion was not right, but I beg to say that a teacher is always right. So in this situation, I'm the teacher and I'm right. So can I get your views on this as well? So okay, before we proceed, I would also share my, which is the same thing with what, wow, this is also another interesting one. So I like to also share. Oh, okay, let me do this. Madam Janet is still sharing, so I would also post my image on the group so that we can all.
Okay, I think we still have about 9 minutes to go before maybe your own answer will now come in. Let them give them still more time. For those that have not been able to attempt the checking activity, please do so. Like she earlier said, we are thinking outside the box. You know, as mediators in training or soon to be mediators, say you'll be faced with situations whereby you have to just think very well, think outside the box to be able to help parties resolve. So it's actually good if we all attempt the check-in activity. Don't just leave it for somebody else. Send in your own answers. We'll get to get the correct answer at the end of the day. Thank you, Malpati.
Thank you. Thank you for those that are still sending in images. And I want you to know that there's no right or wrong answer in this case. So at the end, even if I would say, oh, this is the right solution to this puzzle, it doesn't make it really the right answer, right? So don't be scared of trying. Wow, this is also very interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's no connection here, you know. So keep trying, keep trying. Interesting. 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I don't know how to count this now. Now you do 1, 2, and I can't get to that side. So I just do 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Nice. I can see this. You can see this. So how can we get around this? More tries. This is from Miriam Combo Easy. Good try, ma'am. Yes, so the dots are as displayed on the screen. That's the image. So I'm required to connect these 9 dots, right? connect it without lifting a pen. Think outside the box. How is this even possible? How can all of these lines connected with just 4 lines? That's what you are required to do as a mediator. So, like I earlier mentioned, this puzzle requires you to think outside the box, requires you to challenge assumptions. That's a typical situation with mediation processes. So you find that every conflict is unique in its own way. And then for you to resolve it, you have to explore unconventional approaches. You have to refuse to be constrained by possible traditional solutions in order to prefer a solution that will satisfy everyone's needs. Okay, wow. I can see this is a 3rd try, if I'm not mistaken, from Jonathan Taffa. Thank you very much, sir, for your resilience. So 1, 2, 3. No, I think I didn't start correctly. Let me see, like this. Okay. Okay. 2, 3. There's somebody challenging me here. I thought I knew this thing well. So 1.
Okay, I think we have others.
2, 3. Okay.
Are you still analyzing that of Jonathan?
No, it's okay. We can.
Okay, so let me display the next. Okay, this is from Abimbola.
Interesting. Good try, Abimbola. 3, 4. Then my issue is with this area. But it's still okay. We've tried. Okay, so I did more images. We have just a few minutes to go. We're supposed to round up this session by 10 a.m. So at this point, if there are no more images, and then I can go ahead and post my own possible solution to the chat box as well. Is that okay? So I'm sending my, and I wish I can share it here as well. Try to share.
Okay, Jonathan is asking that how about this particular one that is on the screen now?
On the screen, is it the one the last one he forwarded?
Okay, sorry. Okay, I think I had an issue. Let me share it back. Okay, he said, how about this one?
Okay.
Can you see it
now? No.
Okay, we have 3 more. Okay, about 4 more answers. Let me just okay. This one came in from Comfort.
Okay, wow. Good try. 3. So I'm usually stuck when I can't connect to the last line. So in this case, I'm going like this. And then I have to stop there and lift my pen to come to this space. Okay. So for this, let's see again. So if I go like this, 2, 3, 4, I have to stop here and lift my pen to come back here. So remember the instruction without lifting a pen.
This is from
Without
Peter's line. This is interesting.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this has exceeded the number of lines. The instruction is 4 lines. So you can connect without lifting, but I've ended up with counting 4 lines. I mean 6 lines, sorry. So the instruction remains 4 lines. Thank you so much for trying. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that has tried to unravel this puzzle today. And guess what? I think I have come to the conclusion that this is the most intelligent set of participants that Shati has ever had, really. So this is my final answer, which is similar to 1 or 2. I think the one from Jonathan, and there's somebody else too. Jonathan, and so sorry. Can the person just remind? Adeumi, thank you. So sorry. It's similar to that of Jonathan and Adewumi. So like you can see on the screen, yes, so yes. So that of Jonathan and Adewumi. This is so perfect. Straight lines, well drawn, and all of that. So
this is from this person just sent his own. This is from Steven. Emmanuel.
Interesting.
This is a good try too.
A very good try as well. Wow. Yeah. Very good try. So this is excellent. Like I really enjoyed it today. It has been very, very interesting. So if I go to analyze my image, right? So without lifting the pen. So this is how I went about it. This way first, then second, third, and I came to this point. 4 lines without lifting my pen. So do we agree that this is the right solution to this puzzle? I need to get 1 or 2 opinions. Anyone? Before I conclude. Are you angry with me? There's no response. So I did not say your answers are wrong. Oh. I only said
Hello.
that. Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yes.
My concern and observation about your own drawing, ma. Now, the 4th line, without lifting the pen, how did you come about the 4th line?
Okay, so let me go over it again. Are you seeing me now?
You go over it so that we see how you went about it.
Yes. So this is what I did. This is my first line, right? I went this way. Second, see the point here. Remember that I extended it outside the grid. So remember I mentioned that you should not be restrained by the boundaries of the grid. So I took this first line, extended it a little outside the grid, then brought it down this way. So this is my second line, to the bottom left, right? Then I took it up to the top left. So this is my third line. And then I brought it down this way. So are you following me now?
But in that case, that means it's 5 lines you drew, not 4.
Exactly.
Really?
Really? Because you have to go back so that you can connect the first line.
Yeah, you need to go back, ma. That is 5 lines.
No,
Yes.
5 lines. Okay, let's count again. I have issues with maths and calculations actually. So this is first, for me, this is my first line. And then this is my second line. And this is the third line. And this is my fourth line. So I'm seeing only 4 lines. Where's the fifth
Yeah,
line?
see forward line, but you lifted your pen to do the first line.
You didn't go back.
No, I didn't lift
So
my
the
pen.
fourth line.
Lifting my pen would have meant, okay, maybe I stopped here and then I came back to draw a line here. That would be
If you
lifting my
come back,
pen.
coming back,
Right?
coming back is a line on its own.
Yes.
Coming back is a
So
line on its own, making it 5 lines, not 4.
Where I come for you to go.
Actually,
ah,
so
Where I
you
come.
come back.
very, very
Mark, can you use
interesting.
the whiteboard and draw it for us? Then maybe you will see
Can,
it practically.
can I use what?
The whiteboard is on Zoom.
Oh, okay. So let me try.
Ma, can you start the whiteboard?
Yes, I'm trying to do that.
All right, it's all right. Please go ahead.
I've never been challenged like this regarding this puzzle before. So I'm at the point of giving up. So this will be my last try actually. So
Don't give
we're
up.
here. Okay,
Keep trying.
I'm trying. All right, so can we all see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go over it again. So assuming we have I don't know how to go about the dots anyway. So but I'm trying. 1, 2, 3. Then the dots are really faint, so you might not be able to see them clearly.
It's
But
actually
I
not.
hope, yeah, they are very faint. But I'm on drawing out the 9 dots now. Okay, so I have 9 dots. So I'm going to start from this point. Can we all see me?
Please adjust your camera so that we can be seeing your face.
My face? Okay. I don't know how I can do that really. But my focus now is on the whiteboard. So I'll get to that. Can you see? Yes,
Adjust
can
your
you spell?
camera. It's even covering your mouth, so we can't see you properly.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Look at how
can
you
you see
hit
this?
the beautiful you inside.
Mr. Binatian, good morning, sir. Please do
Good
not
morning.
distract our class. We are on a serious matter now.
Right?
Thank you, sir. So can you all see the whiteboard? I'm on it now, so I'm going to draw. This is the first line. Oh God, I'm so bad with drawing lines, but I'm trying to make it straight. Oh no. Oh no. How do I do this? The line is not straight, oh, so sorry. So this is my first line. Yeah, so this is my first line, right? I'm going to go down this way. Oh God. This is my second line. So this second line goes up like this. It's supposed to join that angle. So permit me that is the whiteboard and I can't join it. Then it's going to now come down like this. This is my fourth line.
Wow, beautiful.
So do we now agree that it is 4 lines and not 5 lines?
Yeah.
And I did not lift my pen.
Yeah.
You did.
Okay. All right. So
We are not seeing. No.
You can't see the whiteboard.
We
Okay,
can't
now
see
I
the
can. It's
whiteboard.
just now.
Oh, okay.
Just now.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much. At least we have come to an amicable resolution
Settlement.
as
Yeah.
regards to the solution for this puzzle. We have agreed that it is 4 lines, and we have also agreed that I have not lifted my pen, isn't it? So this teacher is 100% correct. Thank you very much, everyone. So I'd like to conclude that mediation isn't a one-fits-all approach, and by embracing outside the box thinking, you as a mediator can develop tailored solutions that will address unique conflict dynamics. And then you'll be able to foster creative problem solving and collaboration. And then you'll be able to also overcome impasses and power imbalances. You'll be able to enhance party engagement and satisfaction, and then achieve more effective and sustainable outcomes. So the significance of thinking outside the box as a necessary skill for the mediator cannot be overemphasized at this point because it allows the mediator to adapt to diverse situations, parties, conflicts, and ultimately leads to more innovative, effective, and satisfying solutions. So thank you, everyone. It's been an amazing and interesting time. And I must say you are unique. And I still stand that you are the most intelligent set of participants we've ever had for this training. So thank you very much. I wish you all the best. I hope that you enjoy your training throughout today. So over to you, Madam Janet. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for the time well spent with us this morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Sewase, for having us this morning, for going through the open check-in activity. Quite an interesting time with you, and we are so grateful. This training. Thank you so much, Ma. We are grateful.
Thank you so much.
So you can put on your cameras. Let's have a snapshot with our teacher that prove us right.
Mr. Nancha, all your snapshot shot, I do is appear.
Wow. No, you are going to appear now.
This one you appear.
Yeah, you say we'll post it up.
So everybody will appear. Okay, let's have the cameras. Are we ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I can see the beautiful faces hidden behind the cameras. Wow, this is beautiful. I want to be finer than all of you. Wow. I guess so. Now we have wow. Miss Lois, you are looking beautiful this morning. Yes. Okay, that's nice. I think we are done with the snapshots. And so, Ms. Lois, you're welcome. We are here with our facilitator for today. I will just briefly introduce her. She will engage you people with conversation before she begins to share her slides. So, they have taken the 1, the 2. You're going to just take a little review with them or some of the things they have learned. And now that we are going to be looking at the principles of mediation, which is very, very critical. So you just review it with them and have an understanding of what they have on ground before we go into the principles. Is that okay with you? You're muted. All right, so you do that, and then I will come on after the review and then do an introduction, then you take the class. All right, thank you.
So hello everyone. Hi,
Good
you can wave at me. We like waves.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
No, because try to do another day. Okay.
Hi, it's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Lois Waringi from Kenya. I'm a mediator by profession. I am also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. And my journey in mediation has been a long while, since 2021. That's just a brief introduction of myself and how I came about this journey of mediation. So I discovered mediation a while back in 2011 when I was a student. Somebody came to my school and talked about it, and I thought, wow, that must be interesting. And I thought that is something that I would like to be part of. So from 2011, 10 years later, is when I actually took a training in mediation by the same teacher who had come to my school those years back. And he's the one who took me through the mediation journey. Up to now, he still mentors me and I look up to him. So this afternoon, I believe it's afternoon on your end. It's afternoon on my end as well.
Okay, where Miss Lois, well, this is morning. This is just 10.
For you, it's 10?
17 a.m. in Nigeria. So I think you are like 12. That's 12,
Yes.
17, thereabout in Kenya.
Perfect. So yeah, I am in the noon. You are still in the morning. So good morning to you. And I wish to take you through mediation. By now, at least one or two can tell me what is mediation. Let's start from there. I will not take chances. Let's just, somebody can just unmute and let me know what you know about mediation so far. Please, anyone? Agnes? I can see your name first. What do you know about mediation?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Malam.
Yeah, it's Malam Baku.
Oh, good to see you.
Yeah.
What do you know about mediation so far?
Mediation, for me, it's coming in between two conflicting parties, right? Resolve their differences.
That is Malam Bako and here. Kushi, do you have something to say? Kushi Said. Thank you.
Hello, Agnes has something to say.
Perfect. Yes, Agnes.
Okay. Mediation is one of the ADR processes where disputes are being resolved. In mediation, there is a third party neutral that
help the parties to a dispute or to a dispute to arrive to discuss their issues and arrive at a mutual agreement.
Thank you. Thank you, Agnes. That is good. So from what I have heard, you know the basics of mediation. It is a process where a third party neutral assists parties in conflict to arrive at a mutually beneficial solution. So mediation is, it is just that. We will not complicate it. It is just that. So in mediation, by the time you start in mediation, we know how a house is built. With the building of the house, we first start with the foundation. So the foundation has to be strong. If the foundation is not strong, then the house will collapse at some point. So once you understand the mediation and the process, we first learn the foundation, and the foundation is the principles. Because if we don't follow the principles, that mediation process is going to crumble. So we will start with the first principle. Once people come to your chambers, once people come to your office, you take them through the process, tell them this is the process, that I am the one who will facilitate the process, but in the meantime, I will not speak. This is a party. This is a party effort where I will let this part, I will let you negotiate. My job will just to facilitate. So now one of the first principles we will get into is that mediation is voluntary. That is one of the things you will tell these people when they come to your chambers. So mediation, what does voluntary mean? It means that these people, the parties, should at any point know that they are free to walk away from the table. Nobody has forced them into it. They have come on their own volition. If they are forced, trust me, that mediation is going to collapse. If somebody has forced either of the parties, that mediation is not going to go so far. So ask them, are you here on your own volition? Has anyone forced you? If the answer is in the negative, then know that that mediation is not going to end well. But if they all accept that they have come voluntarily on their own terms and they have not been coerced by anybody, then chances are that they will cooperate with the process until it's the end, because both of them want the mediation process to succeed. That is the first principle. As a mediator, the second principle is on impartiality. What does impartiality mean? This means that the mediator will not take sides. So when the parties come to your chambers, you'll explain to them, I am a mediator. I am not a lawyer. I am not a judge. My purpose here is not to take sides. I will not take sides during the entire process. Because what happens when people perceive any type of bias, they will start to oppose the mediation. They will start to take it negatively. So the parties, you need to ensure the parties that you have no prior knowledge of the dispute. If you have, you let them know. The other thing you need to let the parties know is that there's no investment in achieving any specific income, that you have no interest in the matter. Whether they agree or not, you have no interest. The other thing that you should let the parties know under impartiality is that you have no personal or emotional involvement in the issue. So if you're emotionally connected in any way, they're likely to perceive bias. So that removes the element of impartiality as a mediator. The other thing is that will bring bias in this scenario is if you're comfortably relating with another side as opposed to the other side. You see, when you're in mediation, people look at you, people look at your body language. So what happens if you're listening more to this other side, you're nodding your head when one party speaks, and the other one you're not. So you have to act impartial at all times. The other thing is where parties can say you're biased is that when you show that you have common activities or interests outside, even if you know them, That is one of the other things. If you know them, we have said, you tell them that I know this person. Are you comfortable with the mediation taking place? I know this party, but I am telling you it will not affect the mediation. But if they're not okay with it, they will say it. If they're okay with it, then you proceed with mediation. So you should be impartial at all times. Is there any question up to this point? So the other principle you'll be checking on is confidentiality. This is very big in mediation because it allows people to explore their fears and anxiety. So if somebody feels that they are not safe, they will not open up. So the purpose of mediation is for people to be free, for people to be willing to bring out whatever it is that they have been hiding, but they should feel safe that it will not go to be used against them. Because now in mediation also, we write it is without prejudice. Whatever that is said in mediation cannot leave the room. So this gives people a sense of peace, a sense of freedom to explore anything they want to address, knowing that it is within the confines of that room. However, there are exceptions to this confidentiality. One is that if the information that is disclosed is about a criminal offense, that one you have a duty to disclose it to the relevant authority. The other thing, the other exception on confidentiality also is when you are compelled to make the disclosure by court. I am thinking because of that criminal offense that you could have reported. Now there you are compelled to make disclosure. If the other exception is where the specific information comes into public domain, that sometimes the information is already out there. So such information, by the virtue that is already out there, does not guarantee you to talk about it. Once it comes to the mediation, anything else that is not out there, you do not have powers to expose it. The other thing is that sometimes the parties can allow the mediator freedom from that restriction of confidentiality. So in this aspect, if they are okay with that their issues, they don't have a problem with the issues getting out, well, then it is an exception as well. And the other thing I didn't say, sometimes there's confidentiality in the mediation process itself. And then when you go to caucus, when you separate the parties, information might be revealed that they don't want the other parties to know. So the confidentiality is within the mediation process and even within caucus. So in caucus, when they allow you to reveal to the other parties what they have said, then that is okay. But if they have not allowed you, even if you know information of the other parties, you cannot reveal. You cannot reveal to either parties when they come back to the process. So the other thing, in mediation, at no time will you as a mediator be called to court to testify in regards to what has happened in the mediation process. So that also gives parties a sense of relief in revealing matters during mediation. I will go to the next slide. Another principle is that mediation is self-determining. You allow the parties, you don't interfere with the parties when they are trying to get from their positions. You do not interfere, you let them. It's a party-driven, it's not a mediator-driven. And most of the times we get into these mooting competitions and you see the mediators want to interrupt, they want to assist. You let the parties, you as a person is to de-escalate. When the issue goes, like now when the people are angry at each other, your job there is to facilitate, and to de-escalate and to break the ice, but not to interfere with the session. let them amongst themselves discuss. So if you see the matter going the other way, then you can try to bring it back. But if the parties are just negotiating well, then let them achieve their joint outcomes. Okay, let them come to a mutual agreement themselves without interfering. The other thing is once the parties reach their conclusion, once they have determined what they need, once they have moved from their positions, once they have reached a mutually beneficial agreement, if the counsel is not there, if the lawyer is not there, then you must be able to draft for them the settlement and then have them signed. That is if their lawyer is not there. The other principle you must check on when you're doing mediation is that the parties who have come to the mediation have the authority to settle. What does this mean? In the event that it is a company, not just any employee, you don't allow any employee into the mediation session. They must come with a letter that they have been given authority to settle on behalf of the company or on behalf of the government or on behalf of who the matter is for. So sometimes you have gone into a mediation, and then once you think the mediation has ended well, that the parties have reached a mutually settlement agreement, and then at the end of it all, you discover the person who is at the other side does not have the authority, it's just an employee. So now that takes you back to zero. So you must at all times ensure that the parties who come to the mediation room, they have the authority to settle the issue, to sign the issue, to sign the settlement agreement, okay? Another thing as a mediator, what we need to do in the principles, you must be competent. What does this mean? It is what you're doing right now. That mediation training will give you skills, will give you understanding, will give you qualities that will enable you to handle mediation sessions in a professional way. So what happens in the event that you are not qualified? What happens in the event that a matter that is brought before you, you are not able, like now, maybe you deal in subset, or maybe you deal in family matters, and then you're brought for a commercial matter. What happens? As a professional, I will tell you, if you're not able to handle it at your end, if you check the matter and you see that you're not able to handle
I can see Jean Marie sun is up. I don't know what's.
Oh, yes, Jane. Yes, Jane.
All right, thank you. I would like to ask a question about the confidentiality and the disclosure of the information to mediator. Can mediator at his or her own stake disclose information to the authority when that information disclosed during caucus session constitute a criminal offense?
Thank you for your question, Jean-Marie. The thing is, once the information crosses and becomes of a criminal nature, then you are obliged to reveal, to go and report it to the relevant authorities. Because now you can, even as a person, you cannot have heard that a crime is going to take place and you let it go. Okay? Jane, are we together?
All right.
Yes.
Is it compulsory or?
It is
All right.
compulsory,
Thank you.
but
Thank
also
you.
as an individual. That is where an exception comes in. There's the principle, yes, you should uphold confidentiality, but at what extent? To what extent? To an extent where if there's criminal, if you have heard that a criminal activity is going to take place, or that something is happening to a child, would you as a person keep quiet with that information? You are a professional also. You have a duty to protect that office. So you can reveal on a personal capacity that this is going to happen or this is happening, right? That is where the exception comes in. Are we together, Jim Marie?
All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Yulin.
Okay, my question is still regarding to the exceptions on confidentiality. Really get the exception to the caucus. You made mention of exemptions regarding to information released during the caucus or so. I didn't really get that point.
Information pertaining couples.
Yes.
Information regarding couples is privileged already in law. So that one already by itself, between couples, it's already privileged. It cannot be used outside.
Information revealed during couples also, there's an exception to that you mentioned. I get it.
Okay, let me just confirm. But as regards to couples, just know that it is information between you and our spouse is protected by law. So nobody can force you to reveal it outside. The only exception, just note it down, the only exception, without going into so much, the only exception comes in when a criminal activity comes in place. That is the only exception, regardless of the circumstances. When it comes to your knowledge that a criminal activity has taken place or is about to take place. Otherwise, communication between you and your spouse, between anybody else and the spouse, it is protected by law. Nobody can compel you to reveal.
Information. I don't know, is it couples she's talking about or doing caucusing?
Caucusing.
I think that is during the private session, information that is divulged during the private session. That's I think if I get
okay.
Yes, that's what I
Oh, sorry, I didn't get you. Yes, please ask again.
So kindly ask the question again so that she'll get you correctly, please.
The exceptions you gave,
yes,
concerning confidentiality, I got the one for the Criminal Act, yes, when parties don't have issues, for the mediator giving out information. The third one, that's the one I did not get.
Okay, the one for caucus.
Yes.
When you separate the parties, sometimes during the mediation, and the parties have escalated, they're angry at each other, or they're shouting at each other, you need to separate them, okay? So now that separation, we call it caucus. You take them to a different room and handle each person separately. So in that different room, the parties might reveal some information to you as a mediator that they do not want the other parties to know. Like in this case, I would give a scenario of a boss, an employer, and an employee. So you would take the employee, because now the bosses come into the mediation session and they want to be authoritative. So now to de-escalate that situation, you will put them separately. And during this situation, the employee tells you, in fact, he harasses other people in the workplace, but I don't want you to tell him because it will get me fired. You understand? So such information comes to you in that caucus. Tells you, I'm telling you this in confidence, but I do not want to get other people in trouble. But he harasses people. You see? So now when you get back to the room, will you tell the employer what you have had? No, you will keep quiet. You will act like, now that is the confidentiality I'm speaking about in caucus. What is revealed to you in that private room, unless the party authorizes you to speak about it, when you come back together, then you cannot disclose it. Are we together, Hile?
Yes, we are. I feel there's an exception to that you mentioned.
Yes. And unless now the party tells you, agrees, that it is okay to reveal, then
Okay.
but otherwise you cannot reveal it.
All right, thank you. I get you.
All right, thank you. Miriam. Yes, Miriam, I can see your hand up.
Yes, please. What I want to know is a clarification on this caucusing issue. You said something about I think during caucusing and the criminal act is revealed to you, which ought to be reported, are you also precluded from reporting it because parties did not give you permission?
The exception on criminality, whether in caucus or whether in the main session, once it comes to your attention that a criminal activity is about to take place or took place, then you are at liberty to inform the relevant authorities, whether in caucus or in the main session. Are we okay, Miriam?
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Malam.
Okay, let me add my voice to that. You know, yesterday we took an overview. Okay, on the first day, we took an overview of the Arbitration and Mediation Act, and that's 2023, and that Arbitration and Mediation Act clearly states the exception. It clearly states the exception to the general rule, and that when it comes to the issue of exceptions to, I'm trying to see if I can share. I don't know, have they shared the AMA 2023 on your platform?
No, it has not been shared.
Has not been shared.
Okay. So I will give directly, they will send it to you. We did an overview, and then we're able to see that when with the exception to this issue of confidentiality, you cannot, when it has to do with okay, that's section 76. Let me see if I can share. Section 76. Okay. I don't know. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. So, under confidentiality, section 76 of AMA, it says that unless otherwise agreed to by the parties, all information relating to the mediation proceeding shall be kept confidential, right? Except where disclosure is required, A, under the law, B, for the purpose of implementation or enforcement of a settlement agreement, C, where it is necessary in the interest of preventing or revealing, 1, the commission of a crime, including an attempt or conspiracy to commit a crime, 2, concealment of a crime, 3, a threat to a party, then D, necessary to protect public order, but only under the conditions and in the scope prescribed by the law. Are we together?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that okay? I don't know if that has attempted your question. That's section 76 of the Mediation and Arbitration Act 2023. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I see some hands still pushing.
Good morning, ma.
Morning.
Well, regarding the what do you call it, the mediation between where you talked about person representing the company, that the person must come with a letter authorizing him to represent the company. Is it in a situation where the dispute is between the company and another company, or with a different individual, or somebody working in that company?
Okay. So as long as the person who is coming is not directly the party to mediation, like between Lois Waringi and Nyan Chang, you understand? So if it is somebody coming on behalf of Nyan Chang, that person
Yes,
must come with that letter of authority.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you, ma.
Yeah. Anybody else? Malam, are you okay? Malam, you're muted.
Good morning once again.
Morning.
Yeah, my question is on the issue of confidentiality. Now, if I discover a criminal act and I intend to report it, must I discuss with the client or the person, the counselee? Or I should just go ahead and report and disclose?
That comes from the basis of section 76. Now I know your act, yeah. So, and even as a person, they will not give you authority to go and report them. So you as a professional, you have had something is going to take place. That's something that is a threat to the public, something that might harm somebody else. You don't ask for permission, you just report it to the relevant authority. Okay. Maren,
thank you.
Welcome.
All right, thank you. I'm just looking at this issue of confidentiality. Now, because there is a dispute between the parties, there is likelihood for parties or either of the party to talk with a heat of passion. Maybe just because the person is angry, he may issue threats, make some statements that actually, because he was just, he or she is just, angry at that moment. Now, I'm looking at the confidentiality of that. Now, if such persons make those kind of statements because of the heat of passion, and am I free as a mediator to now assess the situation and see whether or not this person actually meant to commit that crime? Or the moment I sense it is threatening, it is criminal in nature, I should just go ahead and report to the authorities? I don't know if you understand my question.
I do understand, Maren. So I think now if you are in a meeting in a session with the parties, and out of anger, one says, I will kill you. So do you report that? So I think, just like you said, you assess the situation. Assess the situation, talk to the other side. What does this person say when he says that? Does he mean it, or it is in the event? In speaking to the other party, you're able to assess whether he means it or it is in the heat of the moment. Yes, Marian, did you get it?
Very well, thank you.
So if there is no other question, then I'll proceed. I'll proceed we were in the last principle of competence. Competence, I said, it is the training that you receive, the mediation skills, to be able to understand even the cultural understandings. Sometimes you may be a mediator, but like now in our country, sometimes some cultures are dominated by men. So now what happens? You have been given a case. So what happens in that case? Is it a must that you take it? Because going to the other side, you know how women are perceived. They will most likely not listen to you because their culture is dominated by men. So what happens in such a situation? You can refer such matters to a different mediator. Matters that also are not within your competence, as I was asking, I deal in family, they bring a commercial dispute. If I am not competent, I can refer the matter to the other mediator, to a different mediator, which you must also tell the parties so that they don't feel like you're giving their matter away to a stranger. You tell them, my expertise is in family law, or my expertise is in commercial, or my expertise is in land and communal law. So do not take anything that exposes you that you are not competent in the area. So what enhances our competence is trainings like this that will enhance our competence, educational programs, workshops, and anything else that you feel that will be able to sharpen your skills in the fields that you're interested in. In this one is mediation. You just jump on the bandwagon, okay? All right. The other thing on competence, as a mediator also, you should be able to carry yourself with the competency that the society sees you in. In the event that you are impaired by drugs or alcohol, you cannot conduct a mediation session successfully. So in such events, don't take up the matter. It will not go well in your favor. So at all times, be professional, be competent, know your area, know your staff, handle the parties in mediation in a professional manner, so that at least at the end of it all, you're able to get a good outcome, and also your name out there is sold. Because now in mediation, it is your name that sells. If you carry yourself in a way that is incompetent, it will just be a matter of time before all the people know that so-and-so is incompetent. You should not take your matters to her. But if you handle your matters well, you carry yourself in a dignified manner, you handle your cases professionally, then I think you will build your name in the industry. So, and it's a good name that we all want. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for the session. And I might also add, in our mediation session, always aspire to do no harm. If you feel like if you interfere with the case, you will aggravate it, it is better to refer it to another person who can handle it. So the principle of do no harm. If you feel, it goes hand in hand with competency and impartiality, it goes hand in hand. So your interest in the matter should be the best outcome possible. If you feel like in taking this matter, it will bring bias, or it will interfere, it will in fact move it from bad to worse, then don't take up the matter. It is easier giving out the matter to somebody else who is capable of handling it without impartiality, without bias, and without anything that can cause harm to the matter. Yes. Thank you so much. Is there any person with a question before we do a summary on the same? So Nanchang, thank you so much. Those are the principles of mediation. I hope we have learned they're the foundation. Without either of them, if one of them fails, mediation has failed. So check them out, keep them in your heart. These ones are the ones that we keep in the heart. If one fails, the mediation has failed. So keep these principles close to the heart. And thank you so much for the attentiveness. The question session has taught me that you're keen, you know your law. It is good. So as you go about the session, know that you're doing very well. And I know we will meet in many other sessions related to mediation, because this is my passion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now
Thank you, ma'am.
you all have the opportunity to ask questions. She has shared with you the principles of mediation, and briefly about her. She's actually a lawyer she practices in Kenya. Hello, are we together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She is a lawyer who practices in Kenya, and she is a certified professional mediator and an accredited mediation accredited mediator for the judiciary in Kenya, as well as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. She is the managing partner of L.A. Waringi Advocates, a reputable law firm based in Kenya. Lois was also a nominee for the ABR Practitioners of the Year 2023 in Kenya, a recognition of her significant contribution in mediation and her journey in promoting mediation awareness began in 2021, driven by passion for the field. Recognizing the limited knowledge and understanding of mediation in Kenya, Lois has dedicated herself to advocating for its benefit and increasing visibility in Kenya and in Africa at large. And that is why she has created time to be with us here this morning. And she is very, very busy person, and she's very, very engaged in a lot of activities, but she has created time to make a contribution and impact on our session. So we want to say thank you very much, Lois, for creating time to be with us this morning. So on behalf of the management of Settlement House Area Training Institute, we want to say thank you for the time and that wonderful impact you've had. So if we do not have any question for Ms. Lois, I believe that all of us understood, and we understood very well. Is that okay?
Yes.
Do we have any question for her before she leaves? Ms. Lois, I hope you are not about to run into a courtroom. Do we have any question for her? Any comments? Any question?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Blessing, go ahead.
I wanted, because network problem, I couldn't join earlier. I just wanted a summary of what she saw before I came in.
Wow.
Just a
Miss Lois, she wants a summary. Can you summarize in like, okay, a summary of what she has done is here, Ms. Lois?
So we have done the principles of mediation, and one of the principles is voluntary. That mediation is voluntary in nature. Nobody is forced into mediation. In fact, if one person is forced, you will not get the outcome. So always ensure that the people who have come to mediation, they come on their own free will. They come on their own volition. So before you start the process, ensure that the parties are there. Nobody is coerced, nobody is forced. They have brought themselves there and are looking forward to settle the disputes on their own free will. That's the first principle. The other principle is on impartiality. As a mediator, you should be impartial. You should be seen to. You should not be seen to be biased in any way. Whether it is looking nodding more on the other person's side, whether it is making more eye contact, whether it is relating to the circumstances more than this other person. You should be seen to be impartial. In the event that you know the parties or the subject matter, you should also reveal to the parties that I know this person. Are you okay with the mediation taking place? Okay. You should always reveal in the event that you know the parties. Sometimes you know the parties, and that is why they have brought the dispute to you. So this should be one of the things that you reveal, that I know so and so. Are you okay with this mediation session taking place? If they're okay, well and good. If they're not, then that is the end of it. Okay. The other thing is on confidentiality, and people here are really big on confidentiality. What happens in mediation stays in mediation. Okay. However, there are circumstances where you are told you can reveal. There are circumstances where you're exempt from that clause of confidentiality. And I will summarize where in the event that you come to realization that a crime is about to take place, or a crime took place, or information that is going to hurt somebody or in public. So Nanchang read for us section 76 of your act. So those are the situations where you are exempted from confidentiality. Okay. The other principle is that mediation is self-determining. You allow the parties to determine the case without interfering. Let them. It is not a mediator based. It is not you to organize the party. It is not court. It is the parties who come in to settle the disputes by themselves. In the event that the matter escalates, that is where you bring it back. You bring the parties on board, or you can ask for a caucus, or you can de-escalate the situation using the mechanisms that we have been taught, so that you bring the parties down. But at the end of the day, know that it is a party-centered process, so you do not interfere. The other thing is that the other principle is that the parties who come to the process must have the authority to settle. This means that in the event that I send somebody on my behalf, I will send them with a note showing that I have given them the authority to act on my behalf. And when they come through the process and there's a settlement, they have the authority to sign the consent. Okay? The other principle is competence. Make sure that you are competent and the competence comes from the training in mediation and the understandings, cultural or otherwise, that gives you the skills that sharpens, that refines you as a mediator. In the event that you're brought for a matter that you cannot handle, that you do not have knowledge or competence in, always feel free to refer the matter to somebody who is competent in that area. All right? Okay. A blessing. Yes. And always at all times also.
I'm okay, ma. Thank you very much, ma.
So in summary, that is all that we have learned about the principles of mediation today. Okay. Anybody else? Over to you, Nansha.
Sorry, I was muted. I said thank you very much. On behalf of the management of Shati, we want to say thank you and thank you and thank you so much for creating time to be with us this morning. I pray that you are going to send us a ticket to Kenya so that we can come and enjoy ourselves the way you are doing over there. So the students are appreciating you, and I believe that they will connect with you and make reference to you as one of their teachers in the course of their mediation journey, in their course of their journey to become mediators. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nansha.
Yes, so Moronike is around. So our next speaker, can you, Moronike, can you put on your camera so that you and Lois can have a snapshot?
All right, good morning. Morning, everyone.
Good morning. Yes, thank you. This is nice. This is good. So this is Lois from Kenya, and this is Moronike, the popular Moronike that you know in Nigeria, that is always on LinkedIn. You know, just check her out. This is she. So I'll send you the picture. You can connect with yourselves. So thank you very much for joining us. So having
I think you're muted.
All right, thank you very much for that. So now we have our own very own facilitator for the day here with us. Okay. Okay. Oh, that is good. So we have our own facilitator here with us, and she is a very, very interesting person to listen to. And as you know, this is just a brief summary of who she is. I will just introduce her briefly as she takes her class. So Miss Morenike Ojo is a lawyer. She's a legal practitioner, and she's someone who is very, very passionate about mediation and ADR generally. She's very, very passionate from her. Okay. Okay. I believe you can see me. You can see her. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can see your screen too.
Okay. Hear you. Okay, so Okay, so Ms. Moronike is a passionate legal practitioner with special interest for ADR mediation, so to say. She is a senior associate at Professor A.B. Kasomos Chambers, LP, with over a decade experience and keen interest in alternative dispute resolution, particularly in mediation. Moronike is a certified ODR, that's online dispute resolution practitioner. She's a certified mediator with Lagos Multi-Door Courthouse. She is a mediation advocate, and she's an associate member and a certified arbitral secretary of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, CIRBUK, Nigerian branch, and she is a member of panel of neutrals of the Lagos Court of Arbitration, and then the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, ADR MSME scheme. She is also a chartered secretary and administrator with the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria, and she's a member of the Nigerian Bar Association and also a member of the International Bar Association. Ms. is very passionate about ADR, and you would love to listen to her. She engages on the LinkedIn, and she shares vital and very important information about ADR almost every time. It will be an interesting thing to actually connect with her. So thank you very much, Monica, for joining us. The participants are ready and willing to hear your contributions in respect of this. Thank you.
Thank you to Nanchan. Thank you very, very much. It's I'm glad to be here. It's an honor being on this training, and I do not take it for granted at all. I'm always very happy to share at least out of what I have with as many people that would be willing to listen, because mediation is not just here just for the time being, is here to stay. And the earlier people understand it, the better it is actually for the society at large. So I will just quickly delve into my topic for today. I don't know if I would have to share my slide or you'll be sharing from your hand.
No, you can share. You can.
Oh, all right then. All right, that's fine. So let me just okay. Okay, thank you. All right, so I would also like to mention that if at any point, if I'm not being heard, kindly call my attention to it so that we can all be on the same page. So the topic before me today is my slide showing well?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And you can make it slide notes so that everything can.
All right. Okay. Is it better now?
Oh no, what I mean, if you are you sharing as a PowerPoint? If you are sharing as a PowerPoint, there is an icon down. You see some icons down by your right.
Because I'm sharing it already, so I want to know if you're seeing it.
Yes, we are seeing it.
All right.
Seeing it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I just wanted to confirm if it is on PowerPoint.
Oh no, it's not. It's on PDF.
Okay, PDF. Okay.
Yes. So I'll just be sliding as I'm going along.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, please.
All right.
You can make your screen full so that maybe they will see it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's okay. That's fine.
Is it okay? Okay.
It's okay.
Is it better now?
Yes, it's okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks everyone for your patience. All right, so I'll just go right into it. The topic given to me to discuss today is conflict and disputes analysis. And this particular topic is very broad, but during the course of my presentation, I would narrow it down to mediation, which is what today's training is all about. So first and foremost, I'll just run us through the table of content. And here it is. So we're talking about the introduction, types of conflict, causes of conflict, stages of conflict analysis in mediation, and use of mediation tools and techniques in conflict analysis, then the conclusion. But before that, I like to have my audience flow with me. So I just wanted to ask, has any of us at any point in time had to, probably weigh in on a dispute between two parties and one of them is just telling you, I don't think you understand. By show of hand, can I just see your hands up? If you've ever been in that phase where you're talking with someone, they are trying to weigh in on their dispute, you're trying to see how to help, and they're telling you, you really can't understand. I don't think you understand. So, okay, I can see please hand up. Okay, thank you. Okay, I can see hands raised. Okay, that's good. So I'm not alone in this. So, as a mediator, it is very important that we understand the dispute or whatever conflicts that we are to come into, to help to resolve. It's very, very important. And when you get to a point where parties are telling you, I don't think you understand, mediator, I don't think you understand, then you really have to go back to your drawing board and re-strategize. So this is part of the things that we'll be talking about today, for us to understand what conflict really is and how to, prepare for it when you have one on your table that you have to mediate on. So I'll just go straight into the topic. As I'm sure some of us are even not surprised that sometimes people use the word conflict and they use the word dispute, and they use it interchangeably. But the term conflict and dispute, as I've stated here, they have distinct meanings and implications, especially in the context of conflict resolution and management. They are actually not the same. Yes, people get to use them interchangeably, but they are not the same. So what exactly is conflict? As is stated here, a conflict is a broad term that refers to a situation where there is a perceived incompatibility of interests, goals, values, or needs between two or more parties. And one major, this same kind of definition actually still fits into disputes, but like I stated here, it's a broader term, and conflicts can be ongoing and enduring, sometimes persisting for years and even generations. You would see, for example, let's look at an example of maybe on the international scene now. You won't say they're having disputes. You would say they're having conflict. Like the present Ukraine and Russian issue that is going on. That's not a dispute because it's broad. And as a matter of fact, as that started, one knows the beginning of the conflict, but you really cannot tell the end of it. So conflict is on a very broad sense, and like I stated here, it can persist for years and even for generations. So what is dispute on the other hand? Let's see what dispute is. So dispute is a specific disagreement or argument over a particular issue or set of issues. And disputes are typically more temporary and have a defined resolution process or outcome. Once the specific issue is resolved, the dispute may end. And in most cases, as mediators, what we see is disputes, particularly on the domestic level, on the local level. What we see is disputes. We have probably like maybe dispute between landlord and tenants, disputes between workers, the employers and the employees, disputes between neighbors, those are disputes, and like I stated there, they're just typically they're very temporal. Most disputes don't span into years or generations like conflict does. So what is conflict analysis, which is the focus of today's training? Conflict analysis is a structured inquiry into the causes and potential direction of a conflict. It seeks to identify opportunities for managing or resolving disputes without recourse to violent action. So as a mediator, it's expected that you have an in-depth understanding of what you're dealing with. Because I really wouldn't want to say that, because we are just mediators, then we'll continue to play on the local scene. No, the world is a global village. You can't tell, maybe in the next couple of years, there'll be a national issue that you'll be invited to come and, to come and resolve. So that's why we're looking at conflict analysis on a broader level, not just the dispute level that we all get to see on a day-to-day basis. We're looking at it on a broader level, which can also be streamlined and used on a day-to-day basis. So let's just go on. I'm sorry I'm rushing. So if there's any points that you do not get clearly, kindly indicates. I don't want to overshoot my time, so and I have quite a lot, so please, if you have questions, kindly just pen them down and I'll take them after the class. So types of conflict, there are different types of conflict. And for one, we have conflict between individuals, to personality clashes, communication breakdowns, or personal differences. That's interpersonal conflict. So conflicts between two persons, just individuals in that setting. And as small as it is, even though it's just between two persons, that particular conflict can span to generations. And for example, we have, I'm sure some of us that are in the legal space, there are some cases that you have that have spanned for.
Learn from it.
Hello. Sorry, please, am I being heard?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you very much. So I said I was talking about conflict, how disputes can actually degenerate into conflict, if not well handled. Like I explained earlier, dispute is usually very temporal, but if it is not well handled, it can spiral into something big. And I was explaining that some of us that are in the legal space, particularly in the dispute resolution space, you would agree with me that there are some cases that probably they've spanned up to years, spanned up to generations, as it were, even though they happened between just two individuals. Like a case I once had, I was trying to encourage the parties to mediate, and I was the one representing the claimant in that particular case. It started from, it was just a very simple case that could have been resolved via mediation. This was a 92 case. I'm sure I was still in primary school at the time the case started. And somewhere my firm got the case, and I was trying to even encourage the parties to settle. And my client, when we went for mediation, he came out and was telling me that this case, that he inherited it from his own father, and his children too, they will inherit it from him. It was quite sad hearing somebody make that kind of statement. I'm like, this issue is something that should have been resolved so many years ago. But because of people's, ego and all that, and he just feels that it's something that he inherited from his father, and his children too will inherit it. I tried explaining to him that there are different kind of wonderful things your children can inherit. Litigation should not be part of it. This is more or less a liability, over the years. But I'm thankful that along the line this year we're able to, to resolve the case. So that's just interpersonal conflict. I'm just trying to set the example to show how, it can, just a dispute can degenerate, to generations. Imagine since 1992 and it got resolved in 2024. Okay, so let's just move on. Then we have intra-group conflicts. So these are conflicts that happen within a group, often caused by competition, resource allocation, or differing goals. So this is on a broader sense, between this particular group, maybe this particular ethnic group, or that particular, just within a particular group, as it states, So then there's conflict between different groups or organizations due to competition. This intra-group conflict, it can actually spiral into so many things, if not well handled. And also the intergroup conflict. So this is the kind of conflict that happens between, groups, organizations. Of course, competition would always set in, miscommunication, incompatible goals. These are things that can lead to, to conflict. And being able to understand these things as a mediator would help you to be able to narrow your handling the issue into where it belongs, as it were. Then also there's the international conflict, like I mentioned earlier, like the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, conflict between countries or states, and which in most cases is driven by political, economic, or ideological differences, like we can see in that particular case and so many other cases like that. So what are the causes of conflict? Why do we have conflict? One, we all know resources are scarce. And of course, some would want to have more of it to themselves, not thinking of the others. So resource scarcity is one of the major causes of conflict. So limited access to resources such as money, power, or territory, these are things that can lead to conflict. It could just start with something really, just a little misunderstanding, and before you know it, it will spiral into so many other things. And also communication breakdown. Misunderstanding or lack of effective communication can also lead to conflict. Particularly in short, like I usually say that communication is the blood of any relationship. Once there is no communication, then that relationship is dead. So breakdown in communication is one of the causes of conflict. Another is differing values and beliefs. We have people all over the world from different backgrounds, different cultures, different religious bodies, and different ideological differences. I remember how growing up, I used to wish, I wish everybody was like me. But now that I'm older, I know better that if everybody was like me, I'm sure the world would be very, very boring. But being able to understand the different different cultures and respect it, is not something that everybody is open to. So you see clashes due to these differing cultural differences, religious backgrounds, ideologies, and all that other things that could lead to conflicts based on different upbringings. Then another thing also that causes conflict is power imbalances. Inequality in power dynamics also leads to disputes, leads to conflict. When somebody feels that they are, for example, that plays out more in employer-employee disputes, where the employer is the one high up there and the employee, is the one down. And, at the end of the day, there's just so much show of power. Or we even see it even in our political scene, where somebody offends a political godfather and the political godfather wants to go all out to ensure that they deal with that person and show them how much influence they have. So power imbalances also leads to conflicts. Then personal issues, like I stated earlier, that everybody cannot be like you. The earlier we begin to understand and appreciate differences in others, the better it is for our society. So personal issues also, like individual behaviors, emotions, or personalities, these things can also lead to conflict, where you don't understand why would he be talking like that, or why, you just have this person that naturally you just don't like the way the person talks. Little things like that can actually cause conflict, or even deep pockets of disputes that can spiral into conflict over a period of time. Then go to the different stages of conflict. We have latent conflict. So these are conflict at the very basic level. There's underlying tension or potential for conflict not yet expressed. There's already something that is brewing in most cases. And, if at that point, if it is addressed, it can just help to douse, the tension and just, but in most cases, at the latent stage, it might just even be just one-sided. Might just be one person. Oh, okay. Thank you. It might just be one person that is experiencing, might just be one person that is feeling the hurt or feeling the pain, and it has not been, communicated to the other person. Sorry, just a minute, please. Okay, so that I can. Okay. So I can stop sharing, right? So you can just continue helping me. Mr. Anchan?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Oh, all right. Okay then. Okay. Okay, so let me just go on. But can you see? Okay, let me just go on from here. All right, thank you. All right, so like I was explaining, I said, latent
can you see
conflict.
the slide?
What did you say?
Can you see the slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So the latent conflict is, like I said, in most cases, just the first person that is the one party that is actually feeling it, and the other party isn't so into what is, or is not even oblivious, is very oblivious of what is happening at that particular time. So that's the latent part. That's the first stage of the conflict. Then it moves, to perceived conflict. So that's the awareness of a conflict by one or more parties. So this is where the other parties begin to feel, okay, why is this person acting like this? Or why are these people, why are they doing like this? So somewhere it begins to perceive that there's something wrong somewhere with this particular person. So that's another stage. Then it now moves into the felt conflict. emotional, at that point, emotions have been, emotion starts coming up, you begin to see reactions from the both sides, and, from there, the emotional involvement and escalation of the conflict. So gradually, when emotion begins to set in, this person acts like that, the other person gives it back, at that point, you can tell that there's something brewing already. Then there's the manifest conflict. So this is where there's actual confrontation, and the dispute or the conflict is, is visible and open. Everybody can see that, oh, there's something wrong. Hello, Mr. Peter. Can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. So the manifest stage is where, there's actual confrontation. Okay, so I'm upset with you, you're upset with me, and nobody's hiding it. Even third parties are seeing it. Everybody is seeing that, oh, there's something wrong with this, with this group of people. So that's the manifest. And then there's the conflict. And at that point, at the different stages, things can actually still be done, to douse the tension, to ensure that the conflict doesn't escalate. Then there's the conflict aftermath. So there is, you can tell, for example, I will still use this issue of Ukraine and Russia. At the very initial stage, I'm sure that probably one side already knew that these things are not right, and that's the latent stage. And along the line, the other party begins to see that, oh, this country is acting like this towards us. So what should we do? And at the end of the day, it became felt in the sense that the both parties knew that there was something up, and before you knew it, the whole world already knew. It became manifest. The whole world already knew that, oh, there's something between Ukraine and Russia. And as you can see, as it is now, we have seen the result. We are still seeing the result. The result of the conflict. So it could be a resolution, yeah, or it could be increased tension, or a continued tension. Like I think using Russia and Ukraine, brings it more home, so that we can also all flow and understand. So it gets to that point that it becomes manifest. So it's either after it becomes manifest, the aftermath of it could be that, okay, the conflict was resolved, or it has escalated. So those are the stages. Can you move to the next slide, please? All right, thank you. So now we'll narrow it down to mediation, conflict analysis and mediation. As a mediator, the ability to be able to analyze conflict is very, very important, because if parties come before you and you don't even understand what the conflict is all about, you may not be able to properly address them, or maybe you may not even be able to help them out, in resolving the issue. So you can, for example, a matter comes before you, you can tell if it is a matter comes before you, you can tell if it is at the initial stage or if it's at the final stage of the conflict. You can always tell. So at that point, you can decide to just weigh in on it and see how you can help. Or for example, maybe it's already gotten to the manifest stage where everybody around sees that, oh, there's a conflict between these two people. So at that point also, you can be able to tell, okay, how far you can go to help. Because like the deeper the conflict gets, the more difficult it is to even get the parties, to come together to resolve it. So at the end of the day, you need to understand that, okay, this is the process of this conflict. And sometimes we, as mediators, you might want to look at it that, oh, this same issue happened with so, and this was how I handled it and how I helped them to, handle it. Really, no two cases are the same. Because that's another thing parties always want to look out for, that you treat their cases as like it's special as it is. So there's a way you also come in with empathy, knowing that, oh, let me not make one party feel this way or make the other party feel that way. So there's a way you can try to balance things. And so, like, coming down to being able to analyze conflicts as a mediator, number one, you understand the context, just like I've been explaining. You need to thoroughly understand the context of the dispute. Okay, this dispute is at this stage, or this dispute is at that stage, so that you'll be able to know the necessary tool or the way to go about it. When the conflict is still at maybe the felt stage or the latent stage, there are ways you can go about it that it will not aggravate or move to the next stage. as a mediator when they bring matters to you. Then number two, you need to also identify the stakeholders. There's some mediations sessions that we've had that probably the key person that is to take the decision is missing. So in that kind of case, and mediation is powerfully driven by parties, you're just there to facilitate the process as a mediator. So it is very, very important that you identify the key stakeholders, those that are the main parties in the case. Hello, am I being heard? Yes. Sorry, am I being heard?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, I need to go off video for a while. I'll come back on, but I just want to, so I can continue to flow. I'll come back on after a while, please. All right. So then the next is you assess the readiness of the parties. You ensure that the parties are prepared to move on. There's some cases that when the parties come together, you can tell that one person is not willing to continue. It's just there to just waste the time of the mediator and the other party. So in that kind of case, you'll be able to tell whether these people are ready to have their matters resolved or not. Because in some cases, like I said, if you don't really assess their readiness, they can just, one of the parties may have decided that, oh, I'm just here to just while away time, and after I'm done, I can just move on. So you have to be able to assess their readiness and ensure that the both parties are on the same page. They both want this issue resolved. Then also you should be able to distinguish between positions and interests. So these are things that would help you to be able to put the help you to help the parties. So you being able to distinguish between positions and interests is another important stage in analyzing the conflict. Okay, so a party comes and this is what they want. They just want to maintain this position and they're not willing to yield or budge. So you'll be able to tell, okay, at this point, this is what this party wants, and this is what that other party wants. Yes, the interest is very important. The interest, underlying interest in every dispute, there's always an underlying interest. But compared to any other form of dispute resolution, they are more position-based, is what the law says. This is the position of the law, and this is how we want to go about it. But as a mediator, it is their responsibility to be able to know the underlying interest of the parties. And I usually give this example of two parties, fighting over one orange, and both parties maintain that they want the old orange and nothing more. The other party goes, I want the old orange and nothing. Okay, can we share it into half? One person should take half, the other person should take half. They both said, no, we want the old orange. But by the time we went into a mediation session, this is just an hypothetical situation. It didn't happen in real life, And by the time they went into the mediation session, the mediator, through the questionings and all, was able to understand the point that party A really was trying to make in wanting the old orange and not just half of it. So party A goes, I need the old orange because I need the old peel, the orange peel. I want to use it for something, for my as a recipe. I need the old peel, so I don't want just half of it. Half of it will not be enough. So you spoke with party B. Okay, so why do you want? Hello. Hello. Am I being heard, please? Hello.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, so party B. Oh, all right. So party B goes, oh no, the reason why I want the old orange is. Okay, so party B goes, the reason why I need the old orange is because I want the juice in it. But if the mediator didn't go in depth to find out the reason why they both want the old, the mediator wouldn't have known. So the main point is they both had their interests. One was interested in the whole and in the juice. The other was interested in the peel of the orange. So by the time you only focus on their positions, which in most cases that's where parties want to stand, they both come with their different positions. But as a mediator, with the kind of way you question them, and you'll be able to understand what exactly
Oh, okay. I didn't know I was muted. Hello. Okay. Thank you. You'll be able to know exactly what the main interest is, what the main issues are beyond the surface, beyond just maintaining a party. I'll give another scenario. There was a particular case of a family, they've gone apart, they've separated, and the children are with the wife, but the wife wanted the children to be with her, and but the husband decided that no, I'm going to have the children, and it was a back and forth thing. And at the end of the day, of course, the court would have settled it, but they needed to explored mediation first. And it was during the course of the mediation that,
Hi, how are you?
Hello. Was during the course of the mediation that the mediator was able to get the reason why the man wanted the children. As a matter of fact, the man he wasn't even that kind of person that was going to be available for the children. He knew the wife was more.
Morenike, please, I'm going to mute everybody.
All right.
When I mute you, unmute. I'll mute
Okay.
everybody. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. So the way during the course of the mediation, the man, he insisted that he just wants the children, wants the children. It was obvious. Even the man knew himself that he didn't have that time, to take care of them. But by the time they went into caucus meeting, joint session, private session, the man was telling the mediator that he knows the woman, that she's a very proud person, and that he just wants to get her to, he just wants to break her. Of course, the parties are always open to the mediator in private sessions more than when they're in the joint session. So by the time he stated all that, and it was like that, he knows that she would never beg because she's too proud, and all that. So by the time they went into the private session with the woman, it was obvious that she was really desperate and she was willing to do anything, So during the course of the private session, she just mentioned that she doesn't even mind going on her knees to beg, to beg the man. And apparently the man was thinking she would never be able to do that. And that was how the mediation was settled. The man wasn't expecting that she would beg, which was what he wanted. But at the end of the day, by the time they came back to the joint session, she went on her knees and pleaded and begged, and that was how the issue was resolved. The children were released to her, and the man didn't have to bother her about the children. So we as mediators, it's also very important to be able to, bring out the interest of the parties from all the issues that they've canvassed during the course of their opening statement and during the course of the mediation session. The another point is also to be able to assess and neutralize power imbalances. This plays out a lot during mediation, because of our nature, sometimes even we mediators sometimes make that mistake, particularly when a very big man comes into the mediation session and maybe the other party is not as influential. We tend to want to give more honor to, the very big important man. But when it comes to mediation is a leveler. Because if the other party doesn't feel safe enough or doesn't feel that, okay, his interest to be protected during the course of the mediation, then there's no mediation. So it's the work of the mediator, part of the analysis you need to also do when the parties come in. You can tell from the demeanor of the parties where the power is, who has the upper hand. So it's a skill that the mediator also needs to learn to be able to, assess and also neutralize those imbalances when seen during your mediation session. It will really go a long way, because trust is one thing that mediation works with. And if a party is perceiving the mediator as someone that cannot be trusted because the big man is in the room, then the mediation will probably not even have a headway. So the next point is also to explore the root causes of the conflict. Like I mentioned, just giving that example of the orange peel, being able to know the root cause. It might be something very little, something that is so little that is so, but if you don't dig deep, and the best time to do this is when you're having the private session with the parties. They are more relaxed, they are more open and wanting to talk. So at that point, the mediator should take notes of all that is being said and be able to explore the root cause to know what exactly is the main issue, to be able to, help the parties. Can we move to the next slide, please? All right. Emily, please, I just want to take a sip of water. Thank you. So, okay, the next is the use of mediation tools and techniques in conflict analysis. Like I've explained, conflict and dispute analysis is a very broad topic, very, very broad. But when it comes to mediation, there are basic tools that the mediator needs, particularly when the session is on. You cannot overemphasize the place of active listening as a mediator. So it's expected that you give attention, the same way attention you're giving to party A must be seen to be the same attention you're giving to party B. You ensure that each party is heard and feels understood. Because most times, like I explained earlier, or like I asked earlier, that sometimes you're talking to somebody and the person is telling you really don't understand, you really can't understand. It's because the person feels that you're not listening enough, or you're not even putting yourself in their shoes, as it were. That empathy is not, the person is not seeing it or feeling it. Is different from sympathy. Empathy is just let them understand. Okay, I understand you. I understand you. Just I understand how you feel. So it involves paraphrasing, summarizing, and reflecting on what each party says. Imagine you're talking to someone and during the course of the discussion, the person is more or less rephrasing what you're saying. It really helps a lot to make you feel comfortable that okay, I'm being heard. I've had instances where I'll be talking to somebody and I'll deliberately stop to see whether the person is actually listening. If the person is listening, the person will be wondering, why did you stop? So sometimes parties can actually do that too. They're talking and they just stop in the middle of the statement just to see whether you're flowing. And some can actually talk. So they would want to see whether you're actually listening. So it's a very vital tool, for a mediator, to be able to help you, to understand the conflict, to understand the disputes between the parties. It is very important that, the mediator is there to just listen. The parties they appreciate it when they feel that you're being carried along in whatever it is they are saying. Then another thing that also helps, that another technique that is very important, is asking open-ended questions. Open-ended questions are those kind of questions that encourages the parties to talk more. It encourages them to talk more. You ask why, how, there are ways that you can get a person to say so much. So it's one of the tools that a mediator would be needing to be able to understand the conflict between the parties. Like I mentioned earlier, they may not say much during the joint session when everybody's together. They may not say much, but when they come into that private session, it depends on how well you're able to ask your questions. That would elucidate so much more than you can even imagine during the course of the mediation. So asking open-ended questions, questions that would help them to say so much, that would help them to to open up more. Those are the kind of not questions that all they will have to say is yes. Yes. Okay. The slide, I can't see the slides anymore. All right, but I'll just go on. Okay. So being able to ask those kind of questions is very, very important. You can, look, like the example here, can you tell me more about why this issue is important to you? You'll find them saying so much. But if you're asking questions in such a way that all they have to say is no, yes, no, yes, you may not really get so much. So these are techniques that you would use, to be able to get more and be able to also help. It will also help you to analyze, okay, this is the stage this conflict is at, and this is how I can help the parties. Because if you have parties that are not willing to talk, there's no way you can even analyze any conflict to know what stage and how to, to come in to help. Then the next thing is, reframing. It's also very important to be able to help parties. There's some mediation sessions that you come to and one party just goes all out, using, and of course you'd have set, even though you've set the ground rules at the beginning of the session that, oh, let us stick to this, let's give respect to each other, let's not interrupt. There's some people, they just can't help it. So when instances like that happen, if it is not well handled by the mediator, the other party can shut up and you not get anything from them. So when a party goes about saying things in a particular way that is derogatory of the other party, is our role as mediators to be able to help to reframe those negative statements that are made. It says it uses a particular word, and by the time you're reframing the statement, you say it in a way that would be acceptable to the other party. And it's also not out of place when somebody uses a negative word to remind them, because of course it would have been part of the ground rules during the course of the introduction, that this is how you should address the other party. This is what you so. But then, like I said, some can just just so get carried away or feel so emotional about the whole thing, and they just go all out and just say different things. So it's also our responsibility to be able to help them to reframe those negative statements or positions into a more constructive term that focus on shared interest or positive outcomes, not one that at the end of the day everybody just the table scatters and nobody wants to hear anybody. Then another thing that I would also like to add is being able to also balance emotions. For example, you're I didn't include that in this slides, but it's also part of it that being able to balance emotions. You can tell during the course of the emotion that during the course of the mediation process that emotions are rising. So at that particular stage, you can allow a party take a break. You can just just everybody let's just take a break, just so that the tension will cool down and everybody will calm down during the course of the process. All right, so can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so we've come to the end of our presentation, and like I stated here, a mediator can effectively analyze the conflict, facilitate constructive dialogue, and guide the parties towards a mutually acceptable resolution. And I would also like to state that it's not in all cases that the parties get to settle, but trust me, if you've handled and analyzed their matters well, they will go home better. They might not be able to reach an agreement at that particular time, but they would go home with better understanding of the dispute, particularly from the side of the other party. They would be able to understand it and be able to, appreciate how the other party feels by the way the mediator is able to manage the process. And like I stated earlier, if you don't have an understanding of this concept of being able to analyze the dispute in the end, or the conflict, in the end, you might even put it might even be more harm to the parties than good during the course of the mediation. So it's just important that at the end of the day, parties go home with better understanding. I've had mediation sessions that at the end of the day, one of the things that actually drew me to mediation is where you see parties going to session and they're out, they'll be smiling. I've been in the dispute resolution space for quite a number of years, and when I go to court, some clients, they won't even want you to as much as say hello to the lawyer on the other side, not to talk of talking to the other party, But when it comes to mediation is not like that in any way, So it is the work of the mediator to be able to ensure that relationships are restored. It may not be to the former position, but to a very large extent that the parties can leave your mediation table and they can still relate with each other, they can still flow. So the focus is always on maintaining neutrality, which is very important. Once a mediator loses that point of neutrality, in your analysis of there's sometimes that you're analyzing a conflict, and of course we are human. You just feel, this person has cheated that person, party A has cheated party B, in your judgment, of course. But no matter what it is, you ensure that you maintain that composure, that no party sees the other as being more favored by the mediator. Once that sets in, then the mediation process is more or less off. Because once there's an element of bias that one party sees, to get that party to cooperate will be very, very hard. So you just ensure that your neutrality is maintained at all time in your questioning, even in the timing of the different sessions that you would have with them. You should also be very, very considerate that, okay, the time you're going to go into the private session with party A is more or less the same time. Of course, it might not be so equal, but then just ensure that there's just a balance to it, So also it's very important that It's our work to foster a safe environment for our parties, for the parties coming before us. And a safe environment, how do you mean? An environment where they know that they can actually trust this person. And it starts from the beginning of the process. Starts with even your gestures, the way the way you look at one party, the way you respond, even your facial expression. You'll be surprised that some parties, they are paying attention to even your facial expressions without even your words coming, your verbal expressions. Yeah, non-verbal cues. Some parties pay a lot of attention to it. In short, for example, you're mediating a tribal issue. A particular tribe, maybe a particular facial expression to them means something. And if you're not very careful, you can just give off a wrong expression. So it's very important to be able to, balance things. And I think, like I mentioned before, in-depth understanding of the conflict would also really, really help. Am I dealing with an interpersonal conflict? Am I dealing with intrapersonal? Am I dealing with, the group, intergroup or intragroup? Being able to identify the kind of conflict that you're dealing with. So it's the work of the mediator to ensure that you read your case file before the session. I've been to a mediation session before, and it was what the parties were even saying, that the mediator, unfortunately, I don't know how it happened. She didn't have the file, to go through. And thankfully, at least as a trained mediator, I was able to, to help out with one or two things, during the course of the mediation, because I was representing a party there. But it was obvious that she didn't have the full grasp of what the session was all about. So imagine if I was just a lawyer that I'm just there just to represent my party, and I see that the mediator is not prepared. Of course, that's already a red flag for me to think that, this mediator does not know what she's doing. But it is very important that you understand what you're doing, you understand what the whole dispute is all about. It may not be something that is even new to you, probably a field or a kind of dispute or a conflict that you've never encountered before. But don't ever give off yourself in that regard and make the parties feel that, I've never handled this kind of case. It's so no. It's part of the training to be able to understand, to be able to, they're in an environment where they feel safe enough to converse with you, safe enough to confide in you. Ms. Liz the other time was talking about that confidentiality is a big thing in mediation, where they're able to confide in you that, okay, no matter what it is, I tell you. And that's why during private sessions, one of the things a mediator should emphasize and should say repeatedly is that whatever it is that is being said here, you have to assure that party that I'm not going to say it to the other party without your consent. So if there's anything you're saying from party A to party B, it must be with the consent, of the other party. I mean, things that is being discussed during the private session. So this being able to analyze conflicts, it will give the session a very smooth running from the very beginning to the end. And who doesn't like to have their disputes resolved by a very good mediator? So I believe that this is what we are all aiming to be someday at the end of this training. And I wish you all the very best, knowing that at the end of the day, what we want to promote is collaborative solutions to the dispute or to the conflict that is being brought to our table as mediators. And I hope at this point I can say a big thank you and close the curtain to today's presentation and wait for your questions if there's any.
Wow. This is really interesting. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. And because of how well you have presented, that's why you see the first person that wants to ask you a question is Mr. Maren. So among others. So Mr. Maren, you can ask your question.
Mr. Dacha, you are doing a coup to me. I don't know why. Anyway, Mrs. Morenike, thank you so much. I really enjoyed this session, and it's a kind of a big eye opener for me. And it's like you said, because of this, I have just a question. Now, in the conflict analysis in mediation, you talked about one of the components as identifying stakeholders. Now, if mediation is party-driven, why do I need to identify stakeholders and possibly even engage such stakeholders? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that question. Okay, so like I stated, and I'm thankful that you also know that mediation is party driven. But for example, you are because I've had a situation where it's a family dispute, but even though it's a family dispute, the family head is not there. Of course, the other members of the family are there, but the mediator had to ask, okay, so who are the main decision makers? And I've had another instance where it's a company, and they send their legal representative, probably like maybe the company secretary or any other key person. But that person that they sent cannot even make the decisions at the mediation table. So it's very, very important to know that, okay, even if they're sending somebody, the person has the authority, to make decisions that will be binding on the organization or that will be binding on the family, like I just mentioned, concerning the family dispute. So it's just important to identify the main persons that, okay, at the end of the day, because like you said, mediation is party driven, which we all know. But at the end of the day, when we get to the negotiation table, you have the ability or you have the authority, to make the decision. Know that at the end of the day, you make a decision and, the organization will say, we didn't send him to say this. Or the family comes and says, we didn't send her to, or we didn't send him to say this, or we didn't send him or her to agree to this. So that's why being able to identify the stakeholders is very important.
So, Marian, have they attempted your question? You're muted.
All right. Yes, she has. And I think it agrees with what Ms. Warungi spoke to us about. That's identifying persons with authority to settle. So I thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
You. So we have a good blessing. A good blessing, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much for that fine presentation we learned this morning. But we are in a conflict world or a dispute world. What happens when a mediator is not involved in a dispute?
Involved as a party or involved in what sense, please?
Involved as a party, man.
The mediator is involved as a party in a dispute.
Of course, yes, ma'am. Sometimes you're in your heart to you. Without you even before you know you are involved. So in such instances, how do we, as a mediator, how do we handle such issues?
Okay, so I just want to get your point clearly. So this is a dispute that you are the mediator in, or the one you are not the mediator in?
You are not the mediator, you are on your own, and the dispute involves you as a person, not as a mediator. You are not the party to the dispute.
All right.
How do you handle?
Okay, thank you. I think I understand. So the fact that you're a mediator doesn't immune you from being a party in any other dispute. Do you understand? So you don't go with your mediator cap into such kind of setting. You go in with the party cap, as it were. I don't know if you get my point. You're muted. Did I answer your question? So I just want to paint the scenario that to be sure that I get you clearly. So you have a dispute as a person, not as a mediator, and you go into a mediation session. Like I said, you're going into that mediation session not to be there to act as a mediator. No, you're going into that session to be one of the parties in it. So all that applies to parties in mediation is very, very much applicable to you. That's that thing, because this what you just mentioned, so sometimes it plays out, and for example, the mediator is because of your training and everything, you're wondering, why is this mediator? And sometimes you might want to help the mediator. No, it's not in your place to help the mediator, as it were. If you're going to help the mediator at all as a party, then you help the mediator in cooperating with the process, not in lecturing the mediator, because sometimes you can be tempted to, wanting to say, well, you should have done this, you should have done that, because you already have that knowledge, But then when you're going in as a party and you're ensuring that, okay, I'll give my full cooperation because this is what the process deserves, or this is what is required in this process, that I'll give my full support as a party and, be positive about whatever outcome that would ensue from it. That's that. I hope I'm able to answer your question.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Thank you too. I can see another hand up.
Stephen. Wow. Wow. Okay. Mr. Stephen, you can ask.
Okay. Good afternoon, madam. Thank you for the lecture. We are well informed. My question is in respect to assess and neutralize power imbalance in conflict analysis using mediation. Now, can we have a practical example how a mediator can assess and neutralize power imbalance between the parties?
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. So this is the mediation session, and when parties come in, you can tell by their demeanor who has more control. And of course, there's some instances you cannot help. Like some people, their personality, they're just very loud. Some people, their personality, they just want to show off and show that they are the one in control and all that. So in that kind of setting, not like you would come in to put them down, no. But you ensure that the other party feels safe being in that room. And how do you ensure that? Giving equal opportunities. You give equal opportunities to both parties. When it's time to speak, you allow this party to speak. When it's time to question, just ensure that there's a balance to it. You understand? Not like you would be trying as much as possible to please one over the other. Sometimes you might also be tempted, that, okay, this is the person that is suffering in this dispute, so I should favor this person more. No. Or I should give this person more time, because you have to be perceived as being neutral all through the process. So that's a way to assess and neutralize whatever imbalances that is in the process, between the parties. You ensure that you give them equal opportunities to talk. You ensure that nobody feels not being heard enough, as it were.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Okay, so we have Mary, Jen Mary. Can ask your question.
All right, thank you, sir. My question is concerned about withdraw from the case after hearing and seeing that the fact of the case makes him or her disqualified to moderate the process until the final agreement. Can he or her withdraw from the case?
You mean the mediator now? Hello, Mr. June?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I said you're referring to the mediator now.
You say?
You're referring to the mediator, that if the mediator can withdraw from the case. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
Yes. So when there's an issue of like I explained earlier, that neutrality is a big thing in mediation. As part of the principles of mediation, you must be impartial, you must be neutral to a very large extent. So in a case where parties are already seeing you as being biased, it's just honorable, to just recuse yourself as a mediator, to withdraw from the. Yes, it's very, very honorable to do, because at the end of the day, what settlements are you going to sign when one party is feels that you are being biased or you've favored the other, so mediation is you have to be plain. You have to be on a plain ground with all the parties and ensure that nobody or none of the parties sees you as being biased or as being partial. So in that case, if that happens, the best thing to do is just to withdraw from the case. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome, sir.
All right. Thank you very much for that wonderful session. Moranike, your Excellency, Your Excellency, the chairman of the governing body is here, and she wants to thank you. Take a picture. I will take a picture of you and her before she leaves. Okay, so I saw she wanted to. Your Excellency, I saw you initially, Ms. Roskana Ankama.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Okay.
And I have just 10 minutes to stay with you.
Okay.
You're welcome, ma.
Morenike, good to see you.
Same here, ma. It's a pleasure, ma.
Thank you for coming. Missed you. Been a long time.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure seeing you too.
Yeah, we've reconvened on another forum. That's great.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and thank you for this powerful lectures this morning. And we shall be collaborating as time goes on. Thank you so much. We are honored to have you, your esteemed presence. We're honored. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome, ma.
Yes, yeah.
All right. So thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that. Thank you very much. With this, I think we have taken a snapshot, right, before we commence. So, yeah, Ma, you are here. We've already introduced you, so I think you can just take your
Please
time.
just go and share my slides immediately. I have only 10 minutes to stay with you.
Thank you. All right, Moraike, thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'll take my leave now. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Moranike. See you some other time.
And you too. Bye, ma'am.
Bye. Thank you.
So we are going to be having emotional intelligence, and then we will. So here we go.
Okay. Can I proceed?
Yes, ma'am, please.
All right. Building on what we learned, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon and good evening, depending on your time zone. Today is another day the Lord has made, and we rejoice and we're glad in it. So therefore, I will look at what is emotional intelligence, and at the end of this, we should be able to understand what emotional intelligence is, how we should apply emotional intelligence to our mediation processes, what are the components of it, emotional intelligence, and what role does emotional intelligence play in conflict resolution? Yesterday, we talked about personality traits, and we have realized that people behave differently because of their genetic makeup and then the intervention of their exposure to environment, to hardship, to pleasure, which shapes their pattern of behavior. So Before now, people were more interested in intelligent quotient, not the emotional intelligence. But here we find Daniel Coleman looking at human behavior and coming up with a perspective that emotional intelligence is far important than intelligent quotient. That you can be a very smart person does not mean that is educationally you can pass your exams, you can do everything within this flip second, but yet you are unable to manage yourself, your emotions, and the emotions of others. And that is a very fundamental key in development, in leadership, in production. So I always give an example of a very smart person who possibly is a type A personality, who has no business with late coming and complacencies, and then finds herself as a boss in an institution. And because she has no time for excuses, happens to be a CEO of an aunt who is also maybe a mother of 2 or 3, has 1 or 2 things to do. And because she has no space for mediocrity, she treats all the staff very harshly and discusses demeaning the staff in the way they behave. I gave the story that this same lady was taken to one of the co-workers in her place to be introduced as a wife. Unknown to her, the person they were introducing her to is the aunt of the husband to marry. So tell me, if you're the one, will you allow him to marry that wife? Though very intelligent, knows how to deliver on the decks, but lacks emotional intelligence on how to relate with people. Will you allow your son or your nephew to marry such a wife? Food for thought. So Daniel Coleman came up with this emotional intelligence to tell us why it matters more than intelligent quotients. Because if you have intelligence and you don't have emotional intelligence, you're likely going to be a very bad manager. And you are not likely going to get the results in conflict resolution. So what are the components of emotional intelligence? Number 1, know your own emotions. When you know your emotions, you know your personality, you know your strengths, and you know your weaknesses, then you'll be able to know what you can tolerate and what you can do at a particular time. When you know your emotions, the next thing you need to know is how to manage that emotion. How do you manage your emotion? How do you manage your weaknesses? Assuming you are a type A person, or you are a type C person who is prone to procrastination, or you are a type B person who likes partying, and it's time for serious business, but there's an invitation for you to attend party, and there's another invitation for you to attend a board meeting. But because you like partying, you might likely drop the board meeting or say, no, let's delegate somebody, and you might go for party. So if you know your personality and you know yourself, you know your emotions, you will be able to manage it. Yesterday, I talked about celebrating your strengths and then work on your weaknesses. That gives you a balanced person. So give me the slide of the components. So once you know who you are aware of yourself, you know your strengths, you know your weaknesses, you know how to navigate your flaws. How do you know yourself? You have to do what we call self-reflection. What are your feelings? How did you react when the news got to you that you lost somebody, or the news got to you that Your boss is coming unannounced. How did you react? Yesterday, we did a little bit of self-reflection, and I asked some of you scenarios, how you behaved. That is self-reflection. And when you do your self-reflection, then you begin to weigh your values. What are your values? What are your attitudes? What are your beliefs? What are your opinions? Your experiences? They govern the way you behave. What are those values? When you understand your values, you'll be able to see from your experience what you did right and what you did not do right. And give yourself another opportunity. Don't kill yourself because you are human. You are not perfect. You are not an angel. Don't kill yourself by reminiscing over your failure. Just pick the points that you need to work on. And then know your purpose and purpose drivers. What is your purpose? What drives you? What influences you? What triggers you? What influences the work you do? How do you achieve what you want to do? These are all the components of your self-awareness. Once you know yourself, you will be able to navigate through your weaknesses, and nobody will know that it is a weakness. Can I have the next slide, please? When you know yourself, you know your purpose, you know your triggers, then assess your skills. How do you assess your skills? You use a wide variety of functional and technical skills to access your professional line. There are people that are just good in makeup. You just call them, they have not gone to any class, they have not gone for any training, but they can just make up somebody and then the person will look different. And there are people that know how to speak because that is a skill. There are people that know how to solve problems. The moment they are in a place and there is chaos, they will just, 1 or 2 words, it will solve the problem. So you need to know your professional skills, and that is why it's not every matter that comes before you that you mediate. No. If you're very good in labor mediation, employer-employee conflicts, trade conflicts, or you're very good in family mediation, you have to know the skills. And when you know these technical skills that you have, then you have to work on it. How does your brain work? How do you approach work? Some people wake up 12 in the afternoon. Excuse me. Even though physically they are awake, but their brain wakes up by 12 in the afternoon. And that is the period that they'll be very productive. Some people are at their best in the night, maybe between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m. in the morning. Whatever they do, whatever they read, whatever work they put their hands on, they succeed. So you need to know your pattern. You need to know your style. You need to know the way when you are most productive. I give you an example for myself. I lecture. My best period of lecturing is to go to the class in the morning. When I'm done lecturing, give me classes from 8 to 10. I'll give you my best. But anything from 12, 1, 2, 3, no, you won't get it. You won't get the best. And you are not getting the best today because you're giving me class at this time. You realize that my approach of yesterday and today is different. So I work better in the morning. So my brain wakes up when I wake up physically. And then it shuts down between 1 to 12 midnight. Between 1 a.m., it's up. So you know your style, you know. So as I'm talking, you'll be realizing that, oh, there are some times you are very proactive, you're very fast, you're very assimilating. It's because you did not take time to find out. So from this training, you should be able to find out when you work your best. When you know your work style, then you approach work the best way you should. Yes, next slide, please. Are we there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. So the second component is self-control. Self-control is a cornerstone of emotional intelligence. Most people do not have self-control, especially those that lose their temper. They blow things up without thinking, they struggle with patience, and those who micromanage others. You know, there are people that micromanage their staff, especially if you're a leader. Undue influence. It is not a good trait. These people usually struggle to keep their jobs and they do not excel in their careers. We all struggle with self-control because it is a human tendency. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So how do you control yourself if you know you are prone to anger, like a type A person who is prone to anger because deadlines are not being met? How do you control yourself? You need to know the things you need to do to calm yourself down. Otherwise, you might not last in your place of work. So what do? Number one, you can excuse yourself to the washroom, breathe in 1 to 5, or just take a walk and say, give me 5 minutes. You just go out, take fresh air and come back. Some chew chewing gum. Some begin to jot down their thoughts and their feelings. And then some people, what they do is to just go out, give a call to a trusted friend. How do you call your friend? Is it dude or guy or my babe? You know, these are some of the slogans that are being used everywhere. Walk to a trusted friend and just tell him that I'm having this challenge. And immediately you'll be sure that everything is fine. So do not take any action until your brain is fully back online. Yeah, next step. Next component. Goodness me, my time is gone. Yes, awareness of others. So once you know your personality, you know the personality of the parties that are sitting before you. That is why we taught personality first before emotional intelligence. Once you know the other party, you know that this is a type A person, this is a type B person, it will be easier for you to navigate through a process. Otherwise, if you don't know their personalities, there will be a clash and you won't be able to get your desired result. So being in a team can strengthen and enhance our sense of safety and security. The only way we can have awareness of others is to work in teams or groups, known as group development. It involves forming, yes. Next, you form the group, you do brainstorming, and then you narrow it to one particular scenario, or you narrow it to a particular class of persons, just to know their personalities. Like I told you that two people can react differently to a particular situation, even though it's the same thing. But based on their personality traits, they will react differently. Next slide, please. Performing. You can adjourn if you're not making headway. What happens in the first two stages determines whether the team is moving towards healthy interaction for development to a dysfunctional behavior that may cripple the team. So ensure that dysfunctionality does not cripple your teamwork. So for a team to perform optimally, the following must be present: sense of physical and psychological safety, sense of purpose, sense of trust and belonging, collaboration, and innovation. You have to collaborate. It's very important for teamwork. Once there is collaboration, there is bound to be innovation and there will be results. Everybody is working according to his strengths and we're covering up each other's weaknesses. Now, the last one is to build relationship. How do you build relationship? you maximize your potential, your information, and you know others, and then you will relate to your own benefits. That gives you an edge over somebody that does not have emotional intelligence. The strategies for developing emotional intelligence is identify areas that you need attention, propose a plan to enhance personal relationship, partner with high emotional intelligent leaders, mentors. We do mentorship program in Shati. So I think the CEO will tell you more about it. It's not just finishing the training. You can identify 1 or 2 people that you like, that they are attractive to you, and then learn under their feet as mentors. And then focus on one thing at a time. Don't be a jack of all trades. One thing at a time. Demonstrate your success with statistics and stories. Let's know, on this matter, this is what we did and this is the outcome. Yes, and then you tick for yourself whether you did well or not. So you keep doing reality checking. I'm sure you were taught reality checking in the course of mediation process. So you keep checking to see how fast and how good you are. Yes. Yeah. Thank you for listening. All right. All your questions, please direct it to the CEO because I am already late for a meeting. I am supposed to be in a meeting by 12:30 and it's exactly 12:30. Thank you very much. Direct all the questions to the CEO. You answer them. Thank you. And have a pleasant training. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I want to thank you on behalf of yourself for creating time to be with us. You were supposed to be the one appreciating the facilitators, but since you are the one, I am appreciating you on behalf of yourself and us. Thank you very much, man. Okay, so do we have questions? If you have questions, raise your virtual hand. We just had to keep the place quiet. That's why we muted everyone. So if you have a question, indicate by raising your hand. Okay, Madam Bako. Okay. Please go ahead and ask your question, after which then Mugu teacher will. Mr. Bako, go ahead. Mr. Bako. Mr. Bako, go ahead. Mr. Bako, okay. Let's.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
My question is, as Her Excellency was explaining this issue of emotional intelligence, based on our explanation, it's like it is not IQ or normal intelligence. Now, can we say it is innate or is it learned?
Well, as you can see from the class, we were told that the components of emotional intelligence is 1, self-awareness. You get to know yourself. 2, we're told that it is awareness of others. When you know yourself, you get to know other people. And it is not something that you can be born with. You cannot be born knowing other persons. You have to interact with them. That's why they gave us strategies. Then number 3, you need to self-control. You know yourself, you know others, and then you need to develop strategies to put yourself under control. Then the fourth one is building relationships. You use the information that you have acquired about others to bear to your own advantage. For example, now, I know that Mr. Mungu stays in Katsina State and is an expert in Islamic law, for example. So when I need something that has to do with Islamic law, I'll take advantage of that information that I know about him and reach out to him and say, please, sir, can you help me do this and that about Islamic law? You know, that's awareness of others. So from self-awareness, if you are born with it, you know, you have to take the deliberate step to know yourself. As the speaker was talking about, she functions best in the morning hours. That's knowing herself. Some people can actually, they will not read their books. They will wait until they have maybe an exams, and then they can go and do till daybreak. They will read from morning till night, and they will go and write their exams, and they pass. Some other people, when they attempt doing till daybreak, TDB, like students will say, the next morning they can go to the exam hall and they will sleep off and they will not be able to write anything. So it is left for you to be able to know your area of strength, to be able to know your area of weakness, and all of these things are learned. That's self-awareness. When it comes to awareness of others, unless if you are a spirit or you are a prophet or somebody that sees spiritually, if you want to know somebody, you have to interact with the person. You have to make effort. You work in a group. You get to meet the person, interact with him so that you can know one or two things about the person. You know, so it's not something that you just know by virtue of birth, no. Then when you are talking about self-control, when your wife offends you and you feel like slapping her, it is not a spirit that will now come and pick you up and say, oh God, just excuse yourself for the moment. Leave, go outside, just take a walk. It's not a spirit that is going to do that for you. You have to, by yourself, develop the strategy. And you can decide that, okay, anytime I'm angry, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to react. I'm not going to do anything. That is a strategy. So, Mr. Bako, this is not something that you learn at birth. It's something that you have to deliberately put yourself to it and learn it. How do you put your anger into control? It's something you can learn. That's why you see people who are very arrogant, who are very bad. But later on in life, they can change and become people who are very, very humble. That is how it can be. I hope I've attempted your question, Mr. Bako.
Yeah, you've tried, but I think there's a little misunderstanding. When I said image, I think it's the choice of words. I may not mean that you were really born with the knowledge, but that you have a natural tendency to discover yourself more than others. And the reason why I brought this is, while she was explaining, she was like trying to make it look as if intelligence, normal IQ or educational intelligence does not have a relationship, or it's not what determines emotional intelligence. I don't know if you get where I'm heading to. From
okay,
now,
I understand what I are saying. Let me attempt to answer your question. Look at, we are not saying that natural intelligence, that's intellectual intelligence, is not important. IQ is not, no, it's important. But we are saying that people who are intellectually intelligent, who have natural intelligence, but they don't have emotional intelligence, they are actually very difficult people to relate. In fact, most times you hardly see people around them because they do not possess elements of emotional intelligence. So they are now saying that you may have someone who does not have intellectual intelligence, but is emotionally intelligent. You will be more accommodating. People will relate with him, they will do business with him, they will transact with him more than someone with intelligence. I don't know whether you know lecturers who are very, very intelligent, but they are just arrogant. They go to the class, If you don't understand something, just like personality, a person, if you don't understand something, say, which kind of thing is this? How can't you understand simple things like this? Those are the kind of people, they have the natural intelligence, but they cannot relate with you. If they happen to be pastors, or they happen to be doctors, or they happen to be leaders, they are very difficult leaders. They find it difficult to understand with people who are slow, who cannot meet up with their expectation. So if you are a leader and you are emotionally intelligent, you get to understand people around you. You tell Mr. John, I want you to type this thing for me and I want it immediately. Now, this is someone that once it is getting towards evening, his mind is off. He cannot concentrate. So when he's typing for you, he's going to have a lot of mistakes. If as a leader, you do not know him, you do not understand his strength and his weaknesses, and you ask him to do it, you will keep quarreling, and at the point you say, okay, please leave. I'm not interested in having you. But when you understand him, you can say, okay, Mr. John, this is what I want you to do for me. But you can take it home. Take the system home. First thing, 7:30 in the morning, I will want this thing ready on my desk. You will see that this man will go and do what he needs to do in the morning, because he will work during his best hour. You know, he will give you the best. You will see that when he brings that in, you will not be able to even look, have issues with correction or mistakes in it, because he has done it during his best hour. So we are saying that intellectual intelligence is good. And when you have someone who has IQ and he also has emotional intelligence at his advantage, they used to be very good, best and wonderful people to come across. Is that okay? Do you understand? Do you understand? Is that okay? All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Stephen, can you go ahead now?
Yes, sir. Thank you for this session, sir. But I discover the importance of this session is to an extent that seriously the time taken to discuss it is not enough for us. So may I suggest on behalf of the other trainees for this lecture to be retaken again, because one cannot be a good mediator without having adequate knowledge on
Okay,
this
is there any aspect
emotional
that you do not
intelligence.
understand, Mr. Stephen, so that I can take it, I can take that for you?
I suggest that from the components, the entire components to the end. I understand what emotional intelligence is all about, but the components were rushed, and one has to understand what the components are and how to use them, you know, for us to be good
Okay,
mediators.
I'm
You know,
going to
just like being a
brush
lawyer.
through.
Yes.
I'm going to brush through it again. So let's take Mr.
Okay,
Hope,
sir.
and then I will take it. Yes.
Okay, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, can you hear me?
Can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, my question is it appropriate while mediating and to balance your emotional level, or let me say, use the word emotional intelligence, to end a session or maybe have breaks? Is it proper to end the session, for instance, where the parties are not cooperating and maybe one it might generate to outlash or vocal attacks on each other? Is it proper at that time for emotional intelligence, say, to have breakouts or end the session since they are not heading to the right place? That's my question.
Well, in the course of your training, you are made to understand that a mediator must be committed to the session. You must be committed to the mediation process. In committing, you must ensure that you do everything possible to ensure that parties go through the mediation session and settle where possible. It's not a must that they must settle, but you must do your best to get them settled. Now, in the course of mediation, you discover that you are taught that at some point in time, you may find people who are hostile to each other, and you are not going to even start a joint session with them. You can start what is called shuttle mediation. Shuttle mediation is a process where you just come directly, you put the parties in different rooms, and then you just come and begin with one person. And then when you are done talking with this person, you keep shuttling from one room to the other and keep discussing with them. Now it behoves on you as a mediator to be able to know when to actually utilize that opportunity, right? Because you are the one that will decide, say, okay, at this point in time, I think I want to have a personal discussion with the parties, which the law has clearly stated that you have the right to, right? You have the right to have personal discussion with the parties, right? Now, when you discover that the place is becoming too rowdy, the parties are becoming too aggressive, they have started insulting each other, you can apply emotional intelligence. You can say, okay, let us take, that's an aspect of self-control. Let's take 5 minutes break and then let's reconverge, right? Let us just walk and come back. Okay, let us take sweets. Let's just drink water and then we reconvert. All these things that's why we're teaching you. You are the one that will know when to apply it. So for the fact that parties are altering, they're insulting each other and becoming aggressive is not a yardstick for you to say you are going to end the session. Because mediation will be terminated when one of the parties, when the mediator says that this thing has come to an end, or when the parties say they are no longer interested in proceeding, it comes to an end. So you must not terminate a mediation session until you are sure that you have done everything possible. So all the components, understanding personality types, emotional intelligence, this type of training, if you go to some of the institutes that do training, they may not necessarily include this aspect. But we feel that a mediator must possess the ability and the quality to be able to understand people's personality types, and he must be emotional intelligent to be able to interact or relate with people properly. And that's why we said, you have to be sure that you are professional and you possess the necessary competence to be able to help the parties resolve their dispute. So sometimes you will be the one to take the insult. Sometimes you'll be the one to do the begging on their behalf. Sometimes you'll be kneeling down to say, please, and all of those things. Those things can be done in separate rooms where nobody will see, right? And then at the end of it, your interest is that you want to have the parties communicate and, if possible, couch a settlement that is good for both of them. I don't know if I've attempted your question.
Yes. Thank you very much.
All right. So, Mr. Mugu, do you want to ask another question, or we should just have a brief? I saw your hands up.
Let's have a no. That one is in respect of the earlier comment I made, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Now, let us look at the components of emotional intelligence again. Okay, so we showed you that there are 4 components of emotional intelligence. That's one thing that you should know. And one of those components is simply awareness of yourself. Now, we said that if you want to be a good mediator, you should know your own strengths and your weaknesses. You should also take steps to be able to know people's, you should know people's, you should understand and know people, right? Parties that are before you. You have learned about personality type, and you have personality A, B, C, and D. Now, these people have different temperaments. So the knowledge and understanding of who they are will actually assist you in your work. So that's why we're taking this course on emotional intelligence. The person may have intellectual and natural intelligence, but we're saying that emotional intelligence, they say why it matters more than IQ, because some people who are naturally intelligent, they know that they are intelligent, and they look down on people. They make life unbearable for some people. So you as a mediator, know yourself, know your strengths, know your weakness, know the aspects of mediation that you know you have expertise in, competence, know your abilities. You know, if you now say I should mediate between people on Islamic law, you know, a dispute that relates to Islamic law or inheritance, I don't know it. Unless where the parties say, okay, we do not have any mediator again, just come and help us, no matter how. But ordinarily, if you assign that matter to me, I should be emotionally intelligent enough to know that I do not possess competence in that area. How do you get to know yourself? When you do self-reflection. Self-reflection, sit down, look at yourself. When you start interacting, you see that, oh, you have the tendency to get angry. And you will be able to understand the things that actually trigger your anger. You don't want anybody saying anything bad about your mother. So if in the mediation session, somebody knows your weaknesses and then he wants to scatter the mediation session and he just raise something about your mother, you know, some people are not well brought up, you know, sometimes their mother, you know, that used to, you know, somebody can deliberately say that kind of a thing. So when you know that you have a weakness in that area, you don't tolerate people talking about your mother, that is self-reflection. You do a self-reflection so that you know your areas of strength and your weaknesses. When you know your area of strength, let's say, for instance, this lecture that I'm giving, I don't know how to type. I know that is my area of weaknesses, but I know how to talk. That's my area of strength. During self-reflection, you'll be able to know your area of strength and your weaknesses. What do you do to your area of weaknesses? Assign it to others. Your area of weaknesses can be somebody else's area of strength. So if your area of weaknesses is somebody's area of strength, it means that you can concentrate on your area of strength and assign your area of weakness. When you do self-reflection, as a Christian, as a Muslim, different religions, I believe that when it comes to issue of meditation, it comes to issue of thinking, you want to look at your life, those are things you do, right? You'll be able to assess, maybe when you carry out a task, you'll be able to look at, did I do well? Did I not do well? What aspect did I do well or not? What efforts can I do to improve? Okay, you have done well, but you could have done better. Then you make effort to improve. But if you know that even your best is actually producing something not expected, then you see that that is an area that you don't need to even waste your time. Assign it to others. You do that through self-reflection. Then you need to also understand your person. What are your values? A person, what makes you valuable is your person. Your values is you. There are people, when they tell you yes, that yes is yes. Some people, when they tell you yes, they have the tendency of turning it to a no or no. So what are your values? Let people get to understand you that these are the things that you say, oh, if he says he will do it, he will do it. If he says he's not going to do it, there is nothing that will make you, to make him do it. There is nothing. So this is one of the things that you can do. Try to understand your value and know that this is who I am. This is what I value. These are the things that stand. I hate lies. So when you get to understand yourself, you know that you don't like lying to people and you don't like people lying to you. It may be something you value so much due to your experience or whatsoever. So you need to know, understand your attitudes. What are your beliefs? Your beliefs are the things that actually drives you. You see something that is very foolish, but someone believes in that thing so much, and that is what is guiding what he does. Your belief is very, very critical. So your opinions or experiences, these are all those things. These are the things that actually contribute or make you behave in a certain way. That is what you do to be able to understand yourself if you want to be emotionally intelligent. So now you get to know your purpose. So for some of us, if you wake me up in the middle of the night and you say, oh, you want me to take a teaching on ADR in any aspect, oh my God, I will not know when sleep will just disappear from my face, and then I will be up and doing. When you are talking of ADR, that is my own person. That is what gives me happiness. That is what gives me joy. That is what drives me, right? That I want to send this knowledge to people. I want to share this knowledge with people. I want to teach people. I want to see that we have enough ADR practitioners. That is it. So assess your skills using wide varieties. You need to assess your skills. Sometimes if you will not know that you can do something until you have opportunity. You as a lawyer, sometimes you just carry a file and give a junior. The junior will just rush to court. He has not read the file. He has not prepared. You maybe sometimes you do it deliberately to see what he will do. But when he goes there and you see that this person argues the matter, you say, oh, you see, you have some abilities. You can do some things, but because of fear or because of lack of opportunity, you never had the opportunity to do that thing. So you will not know that you are able to do something until you have the opportunity to do it. So sometimes you have to dare to do certain things. They say, oh, so I can even do this thing myself. Those are the steps that you need to take in order to get yourself to know yourself. You need to do that to know yourself. So one component of emotional intelligence is knowing yourself. Knowing yourself. Mr. Stephen, I hope you understand the first component of emotional intelligence.
Yes, I do, sir.
Right. Now, the second component of emotional intelligence is I will have to take, okay. The second component here is self-control. Now, assuming you have not discovered or realized that you are someone who has the tendency, okay, you get tired in the morning, but you are active at night. Or you know how to read and prepare very well during evening hours or very early hours of the morning. That is what you know about yourself. Or you have now discovered that you have the tendency to eat too much and that you do not have self-control when it has to do with money. Once money comes, you are this kind of person that believes that you don't want to sleep with quantum kudi, according to somebody. So any money he gets for the day, he must ensure that he spends everything. You realize that that is your weakness. If I have money, I cannot just pass without seeing something and buying it. That is your weakness. You have discovered this thing. So you have to develop strategies to manage. You can decide to say, okay, I want to develop self-control. If I go out, I'm not going to buy anything that I did not put in my list. You can only do that because you have understood yourself, you are aware, so you are developing strategy to be to do self-control. So you have people who easily lose temper, and then when they lose temper, they can destroy things, they can harm people. That's the kind of person. Now, if you have that kind of person at the mediation table, what do you do? It is for you to be able to know that if this person gets angry, he can do funny things. So at some point, when you see he start behaving one kind, you can just say, okay, let us hold it there, let's adjourn. Let us have a personal discussion. You go to this room, you go to this room, I will discuss with you separately. These are some of the strategies you need to do. So you have to develop strategy. Let's say you discover that you are someone who is impatient. You get angry easily, and when you get angry, this is what happens. What do? They gave us some strategies that you need to consider in managing your situation. You are the kind of person that takes no nonsense. If you are in the mediation table and a party decides to say some things that is against what you believe, you just correct the person straight away without any say, no, you cannot say that. You can't say that, this and that. You know, that lack of self-control will cost the parties the mediation session. At the end of it, they are not the ones that are not willing to discuss, but you are the one that caused the problem for them. So how do you develop the ability? Your boss does something wrong, you say that I'm a no-nonsense man. I will tell him, say, Oga, even though you are my employer, let me tell you, what this thing that you have done, you messed up big time. Yes, I have to say it so that it will leave my mind. You hear some people saying that, no, I have to say it. Oh, if I don't say it, I will say it there and then so that the thing will leave me. So all of those kind of funny things, that is lack of self-control. And somebody can use his mouth to spoil his future. He said, to hell with you. Is it because I'm here looking for a job? That's why you talk to me anyhow? You see this kind of thing, that is, you now know that you have this weakness. Your mouth can lead you into trouble. Your mouth can make you do some things that later on you'll be regretting. Some people out of anger, they slap someone and the person fell down and died. So what do you do? How do you develop strategies to see how you can control yourself? They say if you find yourself in those kind of situations, what do? Excuse yourself, go wash yourself, take a walk. You know, you can decide to say, okay, I'm not going to say anything. No matter what this person says, I'm not going to respond to it. Those are strategies you can adopt. Your boss is insulting you, and you know that you need that job to be able to take care of your family. Then you develop strategy to maintain. You can be talking inside your heart and gum your mouth and ensure that your mouth do not say anything. It can be a strategy you adopt. So when you are under tension, what do? Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. These are strategies to help you calm down. You know, sometimes you will be very anxious, and then when you are so anxious like that, you are concerned about plenty things, you cannot concentrate. These kind of things can affect you. So these are some of the things, you know, when you are thinking ill, or you know that, okay, this is what is happening in my heart, take time, begin to write your thoughts down. By the time you write your thoughts, if God helps you, you come out of that situation and you go back and begin to see the things you write. Sometimes you'll be wondering, am I the one that is thinking this kind of thing in my heart, or is somebody else? You develop strategy. The essence of knowing yourself is so that you know how to cope, you know your strengths and your weaknesses, your area of weaknesses. It could be on the positive note, it could be on the negative note. Let's say I do not know how to do something. That is a weakness so to say, but it is something that I can assign. But this kind of negative emotions where you become angry, where you begin to scatter things, where you slap somebody, where you utter a word that can cause harm and scatter, in fact, it can even affect other people because of their relationship with you. You have to be very, very careful. That's the second element of emotional intelligence. Do you understand the second element of emotional intelligence or components of emotional intelligence? Do we all understand? You can give me a thumbs up if you all understand the second component of emotional intelligence. Okay, I can see two people say yes, they understand.
No.
Mr. Stephen, do you understand? Mr. Stephen, do you understand?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, that is good. All right, thank you very much. So now, having said so, we want to look at the third element of emotional intelligence. The third element has to do with awareness of others. You see, if you don't know other people, there is no way you'll be able to help them. Knowledge is power. That is what our people say. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. It's very, very important. Knowledge is power. So your knowledge about something will help you greatly. So the knowledge of your environment and the people around your environment will help you. They say, see, in so area, so junction, around so period of time, they used to snatch people's phones. That is what you are aware. In the military, people in the military, people in the police and the rest of it, that is what they call situational awareness or environmental awareness. You are going for a mission, you need to be aware, you need to be conscious of the environment, you know. So they are saying that you need to know people. You need to understand people. If you have people working under you, we have cause to interact with people in the course of work, you know, you have people at home, you need to know people. Your knowledge of these people will help you. It will help you to be able to know, okay, this person's weaknesses is this. This person's, and then see how you can develop strategies to manage the area of weaknesses and then expose the person to area where he can be able to develop a good strategy to help himself. Now, if you want to know others, you cannot just stay at home and know people. You have to take steps to see how you can work in a team. You say, no, I like doing my things alone. You like doing your things alone? If you like doing your things alone, how are you going to get to know people? So that's what we're saying. If you want to develop, if you want to be emotionally intelligent, aside from knowing yourself, aside from developing emotional intelligence, aside from self-control, you need to know people around you. Get to know this person, this is his area of strength. This is area of weakness. This is what he can do very well. This is the period of time where I can reach out to this person. If I want to talk to this person about something, I need to meet him in the evening time after his meal. Oh, if I want to reach out to him, I need to get him 7 a.m. These are knowledge that, you know, some people will come, I want to see him, they come, they will wait and wait and wait from morning till evening. But you know that, oh, this is the period of time that he comes to the office and he leaves so period of time. The best time to meet him is so time. Are we together? Give me a thumbs up if we are together. All right, thank you. So you take steps to ensure that you get to know people. Some people, if you keep them in the room, two people are sitting. If you keep them in the room, You will see that they will come back, and that is how they will be sitting. That is the way you come and meet them. Nobody will say hi, nobody will leave the seat. That's how they will sit. How do you interact with people? How do you get to know people, without interacting with them? So, you have to take steps to mingle around with people, interact with people. You will see two neighbors. That's how they are staying for 1 year. Nobody has gone to visit the other person. Nobody has gone. So you see somebody dying of thirst and hunger, and the next neighbor can assist him, but nobody knows. He has to charge his phone. So they are saying this component, awareness of others, getting to know others, is very, very important. And so if you have opportunity, work with people in a group, you get to know there are people that are very quiet, they are silent, they don't, in fact, they will not say anything, when you are working with them, but if you dare to ask them questions, they will give you a perfect answer beyond what you ever thought. But they will never and never make any contribution until you call on them. So if you know that kind of person, they say, please, can we ask this person, please, we want to hear your opinion. That is how to take advantage of that. So you need to get to know people. And how do you know people? You have to do a kind of storming, discussing. You get to know somebody's weakness. There are people, once they open their mouth, they can say anything, good or bad. See, this person that is so that is one thing that you need to do. Performing, adjourning. When you interact in a group, there will be a time for you to discuss. There will be a time for you to break into groups. There will be a time for you to maybe break into smaller groups so that you begin. And then after your session, maybe opinion as to why they separated. You need to adjourn. But these are some of the things that will help you to develop emotional intelligence, when you are interacting with people. So now, awareness of others. So just as we said, now for a team to perform optimally, the following must be present. There must be a sense of physical and psychological safety. You want to know people. People will not feel free to be able to interact or discuss where they don't feel safe. When it will make them to go maybe the environment is safe, no security challenge, no threat of kidnapping, no this and that. And then psychologically, somebody is okay and is good to go. That's one thing that you must look at and you must consider. It's very, very important. Then a sense of purpose. There are people that you belong to this group. My opinion also group, they feel that they are just there for being their sake. They have no purpose to serve in that place. So if you want to have a team, strength of these people, you want to be out safe, you must ensure that everything is okay, and then you must help them have a sense of trust and belonging, which I've stated. They must trust each other to be able to feel free and discuss. It's not that when you open your mouth and say something, everybody will laugh. You say, if you don't have something to say, just keep quiet. This is your mouth. You are just saying things that are off point. So you have to You have to encourage collaboration and innovation. Somebody will have an idea that is different from all others. To do, maybe practicalize that thing, so you must help to see that on your own you cannot succeed. On your own you cannot just do everything. You need others, you need to collaborate. So that's very, very important. I don't know whether we have an understanding of this aspect, the third component. If you have an understanding, can you just give me a thumbs up? The third component. If you understand it, okay, please. Okay. Thank you, Miriam. Alam, thank you. That's the third component of emotional intelligence. If you understand the third component of emotional intelligence, please, I want to see your response. These other people, everybody, if you understand, I want to see a thumbs up. If you don't understand, let me know. You can do a thumbs down. Thank you, blessing. Okay, Kushi. So what about others? With Junwa blessing, do you understand? That's what I want to know. Do we all understand? Stephen, do we understand? Emanuela, do we get the third component? Just take 1 minute to complete the other one. Okay, so if we understand, let me allow you to talk now. Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Malam, are you giving me a thumbs up or you are asking a question?
Make a request. So I want to make a humble request.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
I can hear you.
I said I want to make a humble request if it will be granted. Now, I want to request that if it's possible, can we have these slides on the WhatsApp platform or an... I said if it will be possible,
we
can
don't
we have
share
the
slides
on the WhatsApp group or an MS Word of this? Okay, but what about MS Word? Maybe a Word document of this lecture.
We discovered that I gave an
document.
example. Listen, I don't know. We different from others. We want people to be participate, and we want people to take notes. We want people to participate and we want them to take notes during the training. And when you take notes, you are going to use your note for your assessment. You are going to write a kind of assessment after the training. And so you are going to use the information. You are going to use the information you have gathered during the training in writing. Now we have a lot of persons sometimes when you give them materials and assessment and you give them the assessment, they just copy what is written in the materials and give you. And some people will not even attend the sessions. So what we did for you is that we have the recording of each of these sessions. All of the, after each session, we share it on your platform. If you do not understand any aspect, go and listen to it and take notes. We are interested in you understanding. We are not just interested in getting you certified. We need people who are going to, we are going to be proud to say that you train under the Settlement House ADR Training Institute. We want to want to have persons who can be proud to say they train under Shati and they are certified mediators under Shati and they understand. Sometimes when you go out there, you meet people who are trained and they are mediators and you see they are just mixing. You cannot distinguish between mediation and arbitration. You call yourself an arbitrator after you have done a mediation training and all manner of things like that. So we encourage our participants as much as possible to pay attention. And that's why we are recording this. This training is not something, we are going to remove it from from YouTube. We will remove it from the YouTube, but we give you the opportunity so that you can have time to be able to go over it. During your assessment, we are going to leave this thing live. It's going to be available for every one of you. You can go over and read it and listen to it over and over again. Any aspect that you have missed or you do not understand. The issue of giving material so that you just say, oh, by the way, I have the material, I will read up. No, we are not interested in you just going to read the material by yourself. There are a lot of materials in ADR. We are interested in you being part of the training so that you will be able to understand, you will be able to ask questions, you'll be able to seek clarification. You cannot do those things alone. You just watch without understanding anything and then without asking questions. You know, so that is the essence. So that's why we do not, we are not keen on sharing materials like that, so to say. I hope I've answered your question. I've answered your request. Okay, so the last component of emotional intelligence is building relationships. And in building relationships, you need to understand your ability to maximize the information and potentials you know about others so that it will be of benefit to you. You see? So if you want to be emotionally intelligent and you want to build relationship, you have to identify areas that you need that needs attention in your life. What are your areas of competence? What are your areas of weakness? You know, imagine someone who does not know what he cannot do very well. He does not know, you don't know your area of strength. You don't know your area of weakness. So you cannot take advantage of this information. Speak very wonderfully. And I need someone that is going to introduce me in a very important meeting. I will say, please, Adiza, I don't know if you don't mind. I need you to help me. There is this introduction I want to do, and you know, I would like someone with your accent, someone with your personality, someone with your understanding to introduce me. That is taking advantage. That is building relationship with others. When you build relationships, some people, anytime you see their calls, they are in trouble. They are asking you for money, or they are telling you one problem or the other. They cannot just call you for the purpose of saying, oh, Adiza, I just want to say good afternoon. Oh, Ibrahim, I just want to greet you. How are you doing? I want to know how the family is doing. Okay, that's all. Some people, the moment you see their call, even after the greeting, you'll be expecting to hear the main reason why they are calling you. You see, that is not building relationship with people. Don't wait until you have a problem or an issue before you reach out. That is not emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is to build relationship with people, interact with them, relate with them, so that when you are in need and you are calling on them, it will not be that it is only your needs that is bringing you to the person, but that you have built a relationship with this person before now, before then. You have maintained the relationship. Some people, they will build a relationship with you for the purpose of getting something. We see this kind of relationship among male and female gender. When they see a young lady or a lady that is beautiful, they will come, oh, how are you doing? You are fine, you are beautiful. Yeah, that's good. Odniel, or Nella, at least I've seen your face. It has been a long time. You know, I've not been seeing you in the course of the training, so to say. So it's good that you put on your camera. No, why are you on? Ordinary, if you can on your video, that would be good. So now I'm giving you an example. Relationships that are just for the purpose of a benefit, and after that benefit is gone. A man sees a woman and say, oh, I'm in love with you, I like you, and then you are developing that relationship only for the purpose. You go and buy things for the person, you buy her, you take her out, you go and do some outing, you should go for shawarma, you should go for all manner of things, you take her to a boutique, she buys everything she wants. You are just doing that thing for the meantime. By the time you finish that that time and you build that relationship to the point of getting what you want, bam, you have abandoned the person and you are gone. You have abandoned the person, you are gone. Until you need something again. No, that is not emotional intelligence. You build a relationship and make that relationship ready, so that anytime you are able to reach, anytime you need something, you can reach out to the person, and the person will not see your call and say, no, I'm not going to pick this call because you will be asking for something. No. The purpose of this is that you build relationship in such a way that you'll be able to maximize the ability, the information you have, or the knowledge, or that thing that you have built with this person for the purpose of taking advantage of it. I'm not talking about you use someone and take advantage of him negatively. No, I get to know your ability. Okay, we are doing training. Some of you will say introduce yourself. Some of you don't even know the reason why you have introduced yourself on the platform. But do you know that on the training platform, you will have somebody, oh, I need to send something to Yola. I need to send something to Lagos. But I don't know anybody in Lagos. Oh, I remember we did training with so person. He said he practices in Lagos or he's in Jos. You go back to that platform and check, and then you see the person, you see his phone number, you call, oh, Mr. Abraham, I heard that you are in Lagos. That time we were doing training, say, yes. Are you still in Lagos? Yes, I'm still in Lagos. Sorry, oh, there is something I want to buy in Lagos. I don't know if there is a way you can help me. Yeah, say, what is the thing? He said, oh, I want to buy one clothes and I wanted it to be sent down to Jos. Say, no problem. That's a simple thing. I will send one of my boys to go and get it for you. That is emotional intelligence. You are building relationship and you are not taking advantage of the information you have about the person or what you know about the person to your own advantage. That is it. So what are the things? You need to know your area of strength and weakness. You need to know your area of competence. And what do you do to your area of competence? You enhance it. Area of weaknesses, I tell you, assign it to others. Assign it to others. Don't relate with people only when you need them for something. Relate with them when everything is okay. When the chips are down, you can easily reach out to the person, and the person will say, oh, this person you are neglecting has never asked me for anything. So you need to partner with people who are highly intelligent, have emotional intelligence. You know, when you see one, you will know. They relate with people, say, oh, I really like the way this person is very intelligent, but he's humble. See how he's relating with people, you know. Relate with them. When you relate with someone, say if you have every tendency of becoming like the people you stay around with. So when you stay around with people who are emotionally intelligent, you say, I don't take that shit. I don't take that nonsense. No, you cannot do that. I will give you back, bomber to bomber. That's what some people will tell you, you know. I don't take that kind of nonsense. And my brother, there is nothing in this life. Just calm down. You know, there is nothing. It does not remove anything. When you relate with this kind of people and you see the way they are reacting to issues, you know, things that may be very serious, the way they take it so simple and casual, you'll be like, can life be that simple? So relate with people like that. Relate with them. So you can focus on one thing at a time. If you are at the time that you have plenty things, and some people have the ability to be multitasking, they can be doing this, doing this, doing this. They have different things open on their system. They are working at it at the same time. Some people can get confused. So you need to know your ability. That's why you get to know yourself. You get to know others, and then develop self-control. Self-control can be developed in areas of excesses as well. Those are the things you need to develop. Try to assess yourself using statistics. When you use statistics, you'll be able to know, I'm making progress in this area, I'm not making progress in this area. This is what I need to do in this aspect. This is what I need to do in this particular area. Is very, 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 very important. So you need to demonstrate your successes with statistical data and story. You know, with that, you'll be able to guide the people that are coming after you on what to do and how to go about it. Do we now understand what emotional intelligence is? And the components. So can somebody mention what is the first component of emotional intelligence? First component. Okay. Adeumi, what is the first component of emotional intelligence?
Knowing yourself.
Knowing yourself. Thank you very much. Okay, so Ibrahim. Okay, Ibrahim, can you tell us, in knowing yourself, what are the strategies you can develop? Yes. How do you what are strategies you can put in place to be able to get to know yourself? Self-awareness. Ibrahim, self-reflection. Thank you. God bless you. Emanuela, can you tell us the next strategy you can adopt in knowing yourself? Emanuela is not here. This is part of your assessment now. Anybody will call. And
Is it part?
it's not,
Is it my own name or who?
okay, I know you are. Okay, actually, okay, you can, Anu, tell us what is the next strategy you can adopt?
Okay, self-control. Has it been mentioned?
No, I said strategies to become aware of yourself.
Okay, know your pattern, know your style, assess yourself.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Mrs. Miriam, can you tell us, Miriam Combo, can you tell us the next component of emotional intelligence? Miriam Combo. Okay. It seems she's not here with us. Olua, can you tell us the next component of emotional intelligence? Olua Chosin is not here with us. Abimbola, can you tell us the next component of emotional intelligence?
Okay, we have motivate yourself, manage your emotions, manage the emotions of others, and recognize and know others.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Peace, can you tell us the last component of emotional intelligence that we discussed?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. This is Oluwatosin. The last component is building relationships.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gitik, Daniel, can you tell us how do you build a relationship with others?
Okay, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, by the question of how I will build relationship with others, that's I guess you're asking for the strategies.
Yes.
Okay, that's identifying areas that needs attention.
Okay.
And then you propose a plan to enhance personal relationship.
Okay.
And then partnering with high intelligent leaders. That's people whom you know have greater advantages in particular areas than you do. Then you partner with those people for enhanced development.
All right, thank you. Mr. Maren, what do you understand by self-control?
Well, self-control, simply the ability to manage your emotions, the ability to manage yourself, to know your tendencies. After you may have become self-aware, you know yourself, you'll be able to know your tendencies and then avoid pitfalls. That's things that are able to make you poorly manage your emotions. You avoid them. So I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Who do I have here? Mr. Numnan. Can you mention one strategy that you can use in developing self-control? Nimnan. Mr. Nimnan. Okay, Mr. Nimnan. What is the strategy? Okay, Mr. Hope, mention one strategy you can use in developing self-control.
Come back.
One of the oh.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Nimnan.
Sorry, I went and I was rushing inside the rain. What was the question?
I say mention one component, one strategy of developing self-control in emotional intelligence. Okay.
Okay, don't kill yourself.
Okay.
In a situation where you're not too, when the pressures is too much, and you need to control yourself, you have to find a way of getting yourself out of the situation, or a little rest before you can now come back to handle the situation.
Okay. So that's a good one. But we're mentioning the ones that we mentioned, we just concluded with in the emotional intelligence class. So Kushi, Mrs. Kushi, can you tell us one of the strategy? You know, maybe you discover that you are tense or you are angry. What is the one thing that you can do to be able to control yourself? Kushi. Kushi. Okay, Kushi is not with us. I hope she's hearing us. Okay. Okay. Yili Kati, can you tell me one thing you can do when you're under tension or angry or in a situation where you need self-control? One thing you can do. Let's say you are in a mediation session and then the one of the parties looks at you and say, are you sure that this other party did not bribe you for this session? And then that thing makes you so angry, and then you are like, see this one, I'm trying to help you resolve. Look at what you are saying. You are angry. What is the one thing you can do to put yourself under control?
Well, I can take a deep breath. I'll breathe in and out and count, just to calm down. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Miriam, are you back? Will you be able to speak? Tell us one thing in addition to what Yili said. What one thing you can do when you are tense or someone makes you angry? What one thing you can do to be able to put yourself under control?
Okay. I'm sorry. I just came in. No problem. I'm sorry for going in and out too. Yes, you can. When you are under tension or someone is trying to disorganize you, you can walk into you can stand up and go out. One of the things is also to call a friend, just as I said, call a friend who will be able to discuss with the person, or you go out briefly. Take a break.
All right, thank you very much. That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I don't know whether Kushi is back, whether she can tell us something. But Adiza, yes, what one other thing you can do to Adiza is not here with us. I saw her raising her hand initially. Okay, I think generally, if you know that you have benefited and understood the components of emotional intelligence as a mediator in training, please give me a thumbs up.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. I said that I agree with both their perspective, what you can do to regain back that, to hold in your anger. But with the scenario that you gave, sir, someone that is questioning your integrity, I feel like going out or leaving the meeting at that right time might give a negative side or negative effect. Maybe after you taking a deep breath, maybe you should address it at that time, probably by saying that I'm sorry you feel that way. Is there anything that I've done to maybe show you or to portray that I've taken that other person's side? And maybe I
Okay.
should that person that you have not taken another person's side, and maybe you have to run yourself. But I feel like leaving the meeting or leaving the proceeding at that time might give a negative effect, perspective to it, or maybe to show that you are kind of admitting. Well, that is my own point of view, anyway, sir, to it.
All right, thank you very much. With this, I believe that everybody has understood the thinking. So what we discussed. Okay, Mr. Stephen Mubu, can you tell me one thing that in all these components we have discussed, which one of the components that catches more of your attention?
One of them catches my attention, sir.
Sir?
All of them caught my attention.
Okay, which one is the most is the one that catches your attention more?
Most is self-awareness.
Self-awareness. Why? Why is that? Why did it attract your attention?
Now, it attracts my attention because it's very important to me as a mediator, because if I don't know about myself, it means I cannot do well to resolve disputes among two or more people. Now, knowledge about myself will help me to understand whether I am competent enough to mediate in that dispute or not. Knowledge about myself will help me to understand the nature of the dispute. Knowledge about myself will help me prepare to mediate in the dispute. So if I don't know anything about myself, of course, I cannot be a competent mediator. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, with this, I want to appreciate all of you for listening, and I want us to take our break now. Let us take 30 minutes break from now and return at about 30 minutes from now is what time?
Two 17 or 2 18.
Okay. So let us converge by 217 or 218. Please read up the scenarios. By the time we take the last class, then we'll go into practical session. I don't think you want to miss. Read out the scenario for today, and then ensure that you are properly seated and get a good place where there is a network, so that when we are doing practicals, we all benefit. Is that okay?
That's okay.
All right, so let us converge at 2:17. All right. So we're on break now till 217. 10 minutes to return. All right, welcome back. I expected that everybody should be here. We said minutes after. So I don't think we are going to keep waiting for people to come back. We are going to proceed just in a minute. If your friends are not here in the next 2 minutes, we are going to lock up the group and nobody will get in. Okay. Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are joining us from. We have waited for a while to ensure that everyone is in, but we have not. So I'm going to lock up the group for now. So after what we are doing. So we'll have a little exercise for 5 minutes. I'm going to share. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can see your screen and it's you on the screen.
Okay, thank you. My name is Anchan Langwang, and I'm a certified teacher. I'm a military public of Nigeria. I'm a lawyer. I'm dispute resolution specialist. I am okay. So okay. I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we're seeing end of slide. Click to exit. That's only thing I've seen.
Okay, so I'll be taking you the next class. And as I've said, I'm going to lock up the group. Okay, so I've logged this meeting. I expected that people will come in. I'm going to break you out into groups. I'm going to be taking the next class. So let's pay attention and take note of questions. As I was saying, my name is Nanchang Nangwang. I am the Executive Director of Settlement House Idea Training Institute. And so I had to log the group because I discovered that it seems some of us are not too we're doing all we could to ensure that you take advantage of the training, but we say we should come back at so time. It's all for your own benefit. If we decide to say, okay, let's close for today, and we're not able to cover what we're supposed to cover, it will still be you. You will be the one to get the receiving end. So we are doing all we could to ensure that we pass across the necessary information that we need to pass across to you. So please, you need to help us to help you, please. So having said so, I'm going to be taking the next class, and then I think there is an exercise we'll do for 5 minutes. Then I'll proceed before we do our practicals for the day. As
Before
I
you go ahead
said,
with the training, may I ask a question, sir, please?
okay.
Yes, you said you have logged this meeting to log in. Like usually have a problem staying online for more than 30 minutes to an hour. It logs me out and I have to re-log in again. So how will I be able to get back if you have logged the meeting? It's not due to my own wanting, but it happens to me because of the area I am, my connection.
It's all right. I have unlocked the meeting. But if I want to start my class, I'm going to lock it.
Okay, then thank you very much, sir.
Yes. All right. So my name is Nancha Nangwang, and I am the Executive Director of Settlement House Media Training Institute. It is an institution for the training and certification of area practitioners, ranging from mediation, the training that you are taking now, and arbitration and negotiation, among several others. I'm a certified teacher, I'm a lawyer, and I am a notary public. I am a dispute resolution specialist and an emotional intelligence specialist. I'm a trainer and a facilitator. I am a faculty member as a trainer with the Nigerian Institute of Chartered Arbitrators. I am a trainer also with Settlement House ADR Training Institute, among several others. I am a certified negotiator and I'm an accredited mediation advocate. I am an international mediator and I'm certified by different international organizations as an ADR, as an mediator. I am a chartered arbitrator and I'm an attorney mediator. I'm a conflict manager and I also run a law firm. I'm the principal partner of the law firm of N. Nanchang and Co. I am married to a female wife and I am blessed with 2 children. So that's just briefly about me. And we are going to be looking at a very interesting topic. You have been taught all that you need to know about mediation and the processes, what it entails, the principles, how to do conflict analysis, among several other things. Now we are going to be looking at how to navigate impasse. How to navigate impasse. Sometimes you may come to a standstill. Discussions are no longer proceeding. They are not going forward. You have come to an impasse. You have come to a standstill. There is a stalemate. What do you do in the circumstance? So that is what we are going to be looking at this afternoon. And to begin with, we have something here by Abraham Lincoln. Will someone volunteer to read for us? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Will somebody want to read it out for us?
Yes, I do not get.
Discourage litigation. Persuade your neighbors to compromise whenever you can. As a peacemaker, the lawyer has a superior opportunity of being a good man as person. There will still be business enough. Abraham Lincoln.
Yes. Abraham Lincoln says, as much as you can. You should do what? We should do what? We should persuade our neighbors to compromise whenever they can, and as much as possible, we should discourage litigation. So it is not as if when you come to the process of mediating and are trying to reach a compromise, there is no challenges. We usually have challenges in the course of reaching a compromise. So, sometimes you will come to a difficult point where you cannot proceed any longer. So we have 17 people in this group. I'm going to be breaking you out into groups. Okay, I will have to mute everyone. If you won't be able to mute yourself, I will mute everyone so that you can only be given permission to speak. Usually we allow everybody so that in case you have something you can easily call our attention. But if it's going to cause a distraction, we may just mute everyone. So if you are not speaking, you can just mute yourself. If you want to say something, you can put on your mic and then speak so that we can hear you. So please try to avoid the situation where you may be in a noisy place or someone is talking to you, and then we are getting the interference. So this is an exercise. Can somebody briefly help us with this? Is what you should take. If you want to take a screenshot, please take a screenshot of this. You are going to be broken into group and you use the next 5 minutes to do a kind of discussion, is a kind of negotiation. So will someone want to read this for us? Or should I?
A man, I will read,
Okay,
sir.
go ahead.
A man had 3
Man
sons.
has 3 sons.
Okay, is this Madam Kushin?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to rename you. Okay, what's your second name, please?
Saidu. Saidu.
Go ahead and read for us.
Okay, sir. A man had 3 sons and 17 camels as wealth. Before his death, he wrote a will in the below fashion, bequeathing half of the camels to the eldest son, a third to his middle son, and a ninth to the last born. Upon the man's death, the 3 sons couldn't divide the 17 camels among themselves. They decided to consult with the elder of the community. You are the elder of this community. How will you approach the matters? In groups of 5 individuals, discuss in your breakout rooms for 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to break you. We have about 18 people minus the facilitators. So I'll break you into 3 groups, and then you are going to discuss this scenario. Just use 3 minutes to discuss, and you come back and tell us the answer. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Is
sir.
that okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, I'm going to break you up into 3 groups. I'm going to break you into 3 groups. And then immediately you get your groom, start discussing for the next 3 minutes. Is that okay? Are we okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So when you see the prompt, just join the group.
Meanwhile, I think they can just screenshot the exercise. If they are leaving the main room, going to the group, they do not have access to it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Manchin. All right. All right. So do you have an interesting discussion? Group 1, 2, 3. Can somebody tell us how you concluded in your group?
Well, maybe if we can start with group 1.
Group 1, yes.
Yes. We
No,
look at
I don't want to start with group 1.
Okay.
I want to start with group 3.
Okay.
Group
Which
3.
group was I can't remember the group I fall under.
Okay, so I was in group 3. And in our group, we had varying opinions on how we would probably on how we would probably solve the situation. So we had someone suggesting that maybe the elder would try to convince the first son, the eldest, to look at a way of compromising his position and seeing to it that there is a fair share being distributed amongst the other siblings. And I also suggested that rather than just telling them to maybe go and look for a way to divide it, how about making them to see what could probably have been the intention of the father, which may be that they maintain unity as the status quo. So I about suggesting to them that rather than dividing it and each of them going away with their share, why not maintaining the status quo, and any proceed that is realized should then be divided monetarily rather than just trying to say we want, because if they want to say they follow that ratio to divide it, the ratio is not even working, because by the time you divide it, it doesn't even give you 17. So it's a stalemate, and I believe that is one of the purpose of the class we are having now, to learn how to navigate situations like that. So those were some of the conversations we had in our own group. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Group 2.
Okay.
Hope we can't.
I was in group 2. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, for group 2, we had we came to a conclusion, because most of us that thought were pointing towards the same thing of having the elder, which is, because we also put ourselves into that shoe of being the mediator as the elder then, of having the children, the sons, come to a compromise on how best they can let go of some, while they gain some from the sharing their father did of the 17 camels, and at the same time reflecting the intention of the father, and knowing that this is a possible way for them to reflect the intention of their father and solve the equation. So that was what we agreed in group 2, that there has to be a compromise. Looking at arithmetic wise is not summing up for us to say this is how you're to divide it. You take this one will take this, and it will be somewhat of a problem if everybody want to insist on getting what the father said they should get. So we all agree.
Thank you very much.
There have to be a
Thank you.
compromise.
Thank you. Thank you all for that. Group one.
For group one, I think we had divergent views, but later on we came to the conclusion that what was our guiding principle is discourage litigation and pursue compromise. So if you look at the whole scenario, there's ambiguity and there's no certainty in the division. So we now said for half of the kennels to the elder, you will have one remaining. So either you divide the one and give him.
I think somebody else can speak.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody has spoken for our group.
Oh, we are not in group one.
We were in group two. We were in group two.
Oh, sorry.
Hello. So I think there was a mix-up with this room numbers.
Who is speaking, please?
I think there was mix up with this room numbers. I think we were supposed to speak for room 3, but someone in room 1 spoke up earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. So please go ahead.
We are doing speaking.
Brian,
Hello?
which group, man? Yes.
I
What group
think
are
group
you?
3, right?
Please,
I think group 3.
I'm just coming back after the break. I've just joined in now.
Please just follow. We are having an exercise. We are getting feedback from what they discuss from the group. So if you pay attention, you'll be able to catch up. So, Madam Hadiza, has somebody spoken for group 2, 3? I mean.
Yes, if so, please, if someone has, can you state it?
Who spoke for group 3?
I think.
Who spoke for group 3?
Nobody.
Group 3, somebody is peace. It's peace that just finished. Peace. Bolaji spoke for group 3, and I think for Hope was one that spoke for group 2. Then it's group 1 that is supposed to be the ones presenting their own exercise now.
Yes,
Okay, so one.
Okay then. Let me quickly. I think the exercise says a man has 3 sons and 17 camel. If you calculate it, half you have 8.5, third is 5.7, and 1/9 is 1.8. As I said, it's not possible to cut the camels into halves, 7 and 8. So if we approximate it, we are going to get 9, 6, and 2. But we raise an issue. An issue was raised that the eldest son is getting the highest amount, even though it was part of the father's will, and that maybe he should compromise so that the junior ones can get more. Maybe release one, 2 of his camels. Then reach a compromise that the father has left a will. I don't think a compromise is in order at that point. That was what we were discussing before we got back to the main logins. So please, I would like to ask, or I'm asking that legally, can we change the law to so that we can compromise and come to an agreement, or must we stick to the law? to the will that was given by the father.
All right, thank you very much for that wonderful session. I hope that you have been able to engage yourself in a meaningful conversation, and you're able to think, appropriately, So, what could be, who knows the appropriate answer? Who knows what to do in order to ensure that the father's will is done?
Sir, before we answer that, please, can you help me answer this question? Do we legally have to follow the father's will to the T?
Okay, so
can we
let's not waste
compromise?
our time.
So, but if there is a law, there is a binding document as regards to the father's will, you have to follow the law. But to make peace,
outside the box, you must look at.
So can I come again?
I did not get.
I say that sometimes in sharing of wills, sometimes if there is a legally bounded document by the father before his demise, we do have to follow that law. But if you want to make peace reign, so you have to come to a mediation in such a way that you have to call the elder son, because most of this problem will definitely come from the elder son. Sometimes, maybe, or the siblings trying to maybe come in control.
Can help, since there is already a will that is clearly stated, have to go to the elders, followed by
Come on, you don't want to talk, you're looking with me.
followed by. Okay, Maren wants to speak. Okay, Maren, let me hear you.
All right. Well, to respond to Hadiza, I think the law cannot enforce impossibility. Looking at the will of the father, it's impossible to enforce that. So the courts, if we are to go to use the court system, the court has the powers to vary the enforcement or implementability of that will. So I think it's still within the power of the court. The court can do that, can vary the import of the will, and then look at the intendment of the father. And that's why for us in our group, we feel that the intendment of the father is that these sons manage these camels together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that answer. But if it was the intention of the father for them to manage it together, he would have asked them to share it equally. That's all my own perspective on it. And I don't think it's an impossible calculation, sir, because I know this is all mathematics. Maybe I'm going too far ahead of myself. Like I said, if we actually share half of the camels, you are going to get 8.5. If you get 1/3 of the camels, you're going to get 5.7. If you share 1/9 of the camel, you're going to get 1.2. So let's say we take the mean numbers, like 8 camels, 5 camels, and 1 camel. That will make it 14 camels, remaining 3 camels. 3 camels, 3 sons. So we just add 1 equally to all the sons. That will give us a total of 9 camels for the son, for the first son, 6 camels for the second son, and 2 camels for the last son. I think it's not an impossibility. That's what I'm trying to say. But if it can be shared like this according to the law and without any major problems, is compromise still needed?
Okay, so let's say Hope, what did you want to say?
Okay, sir. What I wanted to add to what other of my colleagues have said is that it's the compromise and the intention of the father that are very key here. And looking at the position where we are, as in the elder, it's mediation. I see that we're trying to mediate. So we're trying to get the parties themselves come to a compromise. So if it doesn't work, if they can't come to the compromise, I think at that stage, I would say the elder has done what he's supposed to do. And it's left for them, if they want to go to court to vary the will, they can do it. Not that we want to rewrite, the elder wants to rewrite the will or vary it. That's just my opinion.
Let us think about it this way. What if you decide to say, since you have 17 camels, and you decide to maybe get Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
you have
20,
you have 17 camels. What if you decide as the elder, you decide to buy one more camel or look for one more camel and add it to the 17 and decide to share it amongst them? Do you think it will work out?
That is not possible.
Let's look at it.
So excuse me, said
it's not possible.
If you get one additional camel, right? Add it to the 17. That will be how many?
18.
18.
18.
Okay, now according to the parish, how is it going to be like?
Wait, my no.
According, sir, is it according? Are we showing
Divide
according
it.
to the reason the father gave?
Yes, according to the request of the father. You got additional one as an elder. You look for one more camel, add it to the number, and then you decided to share it among the parties. So how do you go about it? Madam Kushi, I can see your hand. What do you think will happen? Let's try to divide it and see. Kushi, let me hear from you.
So what I wanted to say was, like I said in my group, I was thinking of us persuading or try to see how we can make the eldest son shift ground, so that as the eldest son, instead of taking 9, like Hadiza has said,
if the eldest son takes 9, that will be against the father's will.
And that's why. No, what I mean is for him to shift ground. Now
if he's going to shift ground, then it will not be according to the father's will.
Yes, because we are mediating here. I thought that because it has come before the elders, It's because the two brothers were against the father's will. That's why they resorted to the elders settling them to come and mediate among
they
them.
said they decided to consult. They decided to consult with the elder of the community. So let us think that you have added one camel to this. That will be how many? Let's
18.
all talk.
18.
That will be 18.
That will be 18,
so
sir.
let's try to share it according to the father's will. That will be, the father says, let's have half of the camel should to the eldest son. So half of 18 is how many?
9.
9. So we remove 9. Then you now come the third we half of the camels to the eldest son, then a third of the middle of his to a third of the camel will be how many?
We are not hearing you.
1/3
That
of the
would be 3, sir.
of the total number is
That would be 3.
That would be 6, sorry. 6.
Okay, that will be 6.
Yes.
Okay, then say a ninth to the last born. That will be how many?
That will be 2.
2. So add up the first 9 plus the 6 and the 2. That will be how many?
17.
17.
That will be 17, right?
Yes.
So 17. It means that 1 will still be remaining, isn't it?
The person who bought the extra one will take it to add to his own.
Good. God bless you for that. So you see,
Yes.
you have 17 to share, and then they are fighting, and you cannot kill the camels and divide it. Now you have added 1. When you add the 1, you divide it according to the father's will, and everybody gets exactly as it is given. Then 1 is remaining. That 1, the person who had the thing, the elder will just carry the 1 and go away with it, and then the problem is solved. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Very well.
Now you see, this is a classical example of an impasse. You have come to a standstill. Everywhere is just, there is no moving forward, no backward. Do you understand?
Very well. Very well.
So there is no way you will be able to share that thing the way the father is saying. But as mediators, we are training you
We can't hear you, sir. I don't know if it's on my own end, but I can't hear you.
think outside things that you can do, to be able to help the parties resolve. Now, as mediators, we are training you to be able to acquire the proficiency, the capacity, the expertise, and the ability to be able to help people resolve conflicts. And that may require you to sometimes think outside the box. Now, this is a classical example of an impasse. You have come to a place where you cannot move forward, you cannot move backward. Everybody is saying, this is what the will says, this is what we want. So it is now left for you, for the mediator to be able to go and look for this extra one wherever it is. And depending on the circumstances you find yourself or in the dispute you have before you, you are the one to help the parties find that extra one. If it means having separate discussion with them or whatsoever, but then you are there to help them find a solution. So in this case, you just get an extra one, you do the calculation in their head. If you say ordinarily, right, that, okay, you take this, you take this, you take this, they will say, no, that is not what the father has said. Now you have gotten an extra one and you add it to it, it gives you a particular number, and that number you now use to share it according to the will, and then you see that what the father is looking for has been done, and one extra is remaining, and that extra, the person who bought it or wherever you borrowed it from, you can return it and say, okay, take. But at least that is the role of the third party neutral. The elder is a third party neutral, and he has helped them to resolve the dispute. Do we understand?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, it has always been emphasized that mediation is party driven.
Yes.
The mediator is to lead the party to bring about solution to their problems. Now, for this, I understand the intention of this. I understand the purpose of this analogy we are making of bringing in one addition. But will that not be regarded as the mediator jumping into the arena of dispute and bringing the solution? Won't it defeat the party-driven solution we're looking for?
Now, it's not going to defeat it. The law, AMA says, the Arbitration and Mediation Act says that as long as you are not there to impose a solution, right? Isn't it? So you make whatsoever you are going to do, including proposal whatsoever, but as long as you are not going to impose it on them. Now, ordinarily, when you look at it, you want to share this thing accordingly. But if you say you take this one, you take this one, there may be contention. So you want to help the parties to be able to divide this in such a way that everybody will feel contented and comfortable. That yes, justice has been done and has been served. As long as you do not impose the solution on them, right, it will be fine. And then if you see that from what is written there, everybody was able to get as it is clearly stated on the will. He is able to get a portion of that thing. So the role of the mediator most times is because parties are not able to discuss and find an amicable solution for their problem. That is why their negotiation is now assisted by a third party. And this third party is the mediator who comes in to help them. Now, if they can resolve their dispute themselves, they will not need a third party mediator. And so that's why the mediator needs to possess the expertise. Now, that field, that's why they say an elder in the community. That elder must have possessed wisdom. He must have been someone who is above their level, who can think and reason. That eldership can be compared to your expertise in a particular field. We're trying to see how we can encourage subject matter expertise. If you are an accountant, we want you to concentrate on resolving disputes that relates to financial conflicts or issues, right? So that is the kind of thing that we are looking at. More so, you know, that will, if you see, they actually did not give the parties in that will. There is no provision for the parties to decide it. The power to decide it is taken away from the parties, actually. it is a will, and he said this is how it should be done. So it is not actually exclusive or left for the parties to decide, you know, or you discuss with them in such a way that they will not say, okay, we made compromise here or there. The owner of the property has already decided what should be done. The role of the mediator there is to assist them. Now, the example we gave in this scenario is to help you understand what an impasse is to help you understand what a standstill or a stalemate means. This is a classical example. Every discussion has come to a standstill. You see the kind of calculation that Adiza was giving us here is 8 point something, I mean 9 point something, and all of those kind of things. So, and you cannot divide, the camels are not something you can divide. So you have come to a standstill, you have come to a stalemate, you have come to an impasse. Now we are going to be looking at strategies to navigate through some of these impasse, just like the example that we gave you. Now, you say, okay, let's add one to it, and then let's share it according to the formula. All these things could be strategies that you have to develop as a mediator to help you navigate through the impasse or a standstill that you have made, or a rock that you have made. You may, if you need to go and bring crane and say, okay, let's remove the rock first, let the people pass, then we'll bring the rock back. Fine and good. But that is the strategy we intend to discuss here. Is that okay, sir? Adiza doesn't want to allow us to. Adiza, what is it now?
I said, sir, does it mean that we as mediators, we can suggest solutions to problems, right?
Yes.
So that's what I'm getting. But we can't impose the solutions on the parties.
Yes, solutions subject to the parties. You cannot impose. That is what the law says.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I needed clarification. Thank you.
I have a question. Can I?
Okay, Mr. Joe.
Yes. I want to know, must you really settle the party when the subject itself looks like the impasse now we're talking about now? I think is there no deadlock in mediation? Must you
yes,
resolve it
that
at
is
all
the
costs,
issue.
sir?
It is the deadlock, sir, that we are trying to discuss here. Where
Okay,
you
sir.
meet a deadlock,
yes,
what are the strategies that you are going to employ to be able to help you pass through this deadlock? That is the essence of this discussion
mediation
and this class.
Sir, like this case now, this scenario you gave us now, sir, if you look at it now, is it the mediator now that will now remove his money and pay and buy
Listen, Mr. Job.
camera? Yes, sir.
Mr. Job,
yes,
just
I'm
listen to, we are going to take a class now. Just pay attention.
Okay, so the
you
class
are going
will
to
solve
understand. We
No
are saying
problem.
that when you meet deadlock, in mediation,
Yes.
things don't just move smoothly the way we are teaching you.
Oh, yes.
You can meet a rock. You can meet a stalemate. You can meet an impasse. You can meet a deadlock.
Yes.
We're telling you some of the strategies that you can employ to help you navigate it.
A deadlock. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The example in the exercise is an example of a deadlock.
Okay.
Do you get?
Yes, I'm with you.
All right. Thank you very much. Now look at. So what are we looking at? We are looking at impasse. We are looking at the preambles. We are looking at strategies for navigating it. We are looking at, yes. So here we go. Now, okay. Now, here we go. We are looking at the Good. Now here we go. We have looked at this now we have looked at this scenario, and then we are going to be going further to say what's the next thing that you need to do? Can you confirm if you can see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, now an impasse. An impasse simply is okay. An impasse simply so we are looking at an impasse. And what is an impasse? Who can tell us? Who can tell us what an impasse is?
Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay. An impasse for me here is a crisis situation that seems to have no solution.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Nimnan.
Pass is when all the parties, both parties have exhausted all the options and nobody's ready to compromise.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we have further answers?
Is a situation where both parties try everything possible to resolve their nobody.
Okay. Okay. All right. Jemarin.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. I can define an impasse as the point of uncontinuity due to disagreement between the parties
Okay.
or impossibility to progress
Okay, yes, that's
due to
thank
the
you very much.
disagreement.
So now
Yes, sir. Thank you.
this is what we have now. An impasse is An occurrence where parties in the process are: one, they have exhausted all options. Two, they are unwilling, they are uninterested, and they are unmotivated to compromise on their positions or their needs or their values or their interests. Right? So now, some of the things that encourage this kind of impasse or stalemates are: one, you look at where there is a very poor communication. You saw the scenario, the people, they have a difficult task and they are looking for a solution. So that is it here. You look at it. Now, in that case, poor communication can be one of the things that will lead to an impasse. Then external factors. Sometimes you see a husband and a wife are having issue. The father or the mother of the husband is underneath. They are external factors and they are the one fueling it. Say, Sam, don't agree. I did not take that type of thing with your father. No, 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 no. They will look down on you. They will do this and that. You know, those could be external factors, and having wrong actors in the room. When you have somebody who does not have the power or the ability to take decision, then you are going to have serious trouble. You know, sometimes you see that you see somebody making an offer that is somehow, you know, we said we name it outrageous offer. You know, when somebody is saying that, okay, what I have expended is 1 million, you are saying, okay, we'll give you 10,000 naira. That would be a clear indication that you do not understand what he's asking for, or that what he's asking for is not important. Now, when you look here, you will see that there are type of offers. There are offers that seems very rational, and there are offers that are very stupid in nature, and there are offers that are outrageous, you know. So rational offers are offers that, you know, you will see when somebody is talking of 500,000, you are calling maybe 300,000-400,000, and maybe you are talking within that range, depending on the matter. That's understandable. Then stupid offers, you know, when they offer, you know what the stupid offer is. It's something that can even create problem and fight in the process. Then outrageous offers, I've given you an example of what an outrageous offer is. Now, what are the preamble to an impasse? When the parties have prolonged positional bargaining during negotiation, the negotiation stage. The discussion is prolonged. You just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. You have to be very, very careful of that. Take note. When you have opportunity to sort out something, don't prolong the talk and the discussion. Two, strong emotions. Some people's emotion can be displayed. They will be banging the table. They will nearly almost slap somebody. So these are the things that you look at. Then goodwill and enthusiasm running low. Sometimes people can talk and talk. They came with good intention, but they have exhausted themselves, and then everybody will be like, I'm not tired of this thing. Should I wake up? I don't have the strength. I'm exhausted. Everybody wants a way out. It's better to go and report that they are not able to settle and there is no possibility. So you need to take note of those things. Don't allow people who have goodwill, who come with good motive, to just run down like that. Then discovery of new facts. You can be discussing on something. They say, okay, it's 1 bag of rice. We are going to pay you because it got missing. We want to pay you the current price, and the current price is 10,000 naira. Then as you are discussing, all of a sudden, they got information from the market that the new price is 15,000 naira, not 10,000. You see, that can lead to an impasse. Having said, oh, we have agreed to pay you the 10,000. Now they're saying no, you know, because we need to go and buy it, and the current price now is 15,000. We can't accept 10,000 naira. You see, that will lead to a problem. Then you have people who are overconfident. You know, overconfident can be a good thing, can be a bad thing. When you are overconfident, you can overshoot. When you are overconfident, you can under. So you can be an asset or liability. So in the course of negotiation, when you have someone who is overconfident, you can be proud, you can be very boastful, you can just say things in such a way that it will end up becoming a liability for you. So we need to take note of that. Then when you see parties challenging, say, Oga, I don't understand this one that you spent 10 minutes with this person. What are you discussing there? Are you people not plotting something? Are you sure that they did not bribe you when you were discussing with her? Before we came, did you I feel that they've given you some money. These are uncooperative actions. So this could be a preamble. These are maybe indicators that you may end up in an impasse. Then when you have people who are coming to discuss and they don't know why they are even at the table, those are misguided people. These are people that, you will not like to have them because they will end up frustrating everything that you do. Now, when you priming the parties to get into a yes, now look at, you have gotten to this point where discussions are no longer going forward. What do you do? What do you do? So by priming the parties, we are saying that you are priming the parties through small gains. That is less contentious and simple issues to more contentious. So here is it. I have given you 5,000 naira to supply 5 bags of rice for me. Now, the issue of is there an agreement between us that you supply 5 bags of rice? Have I paid you the money? What is the time within which you are supposed to deliver these things? All those things may not be contentious because parties may agree to it. So you start your priming by actually making the parties to start agreeing on the simple things before you get to the complex. Now, when it comes to, you are supposed to supply me this thing and you did not supply it. Yes, I did not supply it. The person who fails to supply may have his own reasons. But the other person is saying that because you have failed to supply to me, notwithstanding your reason, I have incurred loss. My business has crashed, and I need you to pay me some damages to you. I need you to compensate me. So you see, you are now moving from simple issues which can easily be accommodated and accepted to a complex one. Yes, I have not supplied to you, but I may not agree to the extent to which you are saying that my failure to supply to you is what actually generated this problem. That you have lost so amount of money and the rest of them. Are we together? Are we together to this point?
Yes. Yes, we are together.
All right, yes, sir.
Now, let me be sure that all right. Now, the next thing you do is the use of validation and affirmation. For example, acknowledging the progress made and complimenting parties in public and rebuking the others in private. You have caucusing where you can make your review, you can do your reality testing, you can do all the talks there. But if you come before them and say, oh, I want to appreciate you especially for your time, for how you have created time for us to discuss and your openness. In fact, this is the progress. We have made progress thus far because of what you have done. You know what you are validating and affirming. You are trying to acknowledge that you have made progress thus far, and it's because of their cooperation. Now there may be a party that may prove difficult. That party, you don't need to talk to him in the presence of the other person so that he will not feel embarrassed, right? So that is what you need to do. Now, the next thing you do is rearrange the issues. Now, you have in the initial this thing, we have looked at Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And you see that they are all ranging from relational, belonging, positional, and all of those needs. They are all there. So you are going to arrange these things based on substantive, the most important. That's the real issues. Then emotional issues and pseudo-substantive. They present themselves to be as if they are the important ones, but they are not actually important, so to say, but they present themselves as if they are. So arrange the issues in order of importance so that when you address a critical issue, you have addressed it. Now, can you see my slide? Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can see.
Okay, so after the priming, you may have opportunity to make use of another tool. The use of caucusing and shuttle mediation, which we kept emphasizing. When you want to help people pass through or navigate through impasse, what you need to do is to consider the issue of priming, which we have explained. Then the second thing you can do is the use of caucusing or shuttle mediation. Caucusing is a personal meeting you are having with the parties. You are addressing an emotional breakdown or an unethical behavior. You don't address it there. You said, Mr. Man, I'm not happy with the way you are behaving. Just imagine how the other person will be feeling. So what you do is, in this kind of thing, you use caucusing when you reach a deadlock or you see that conversation is becoming difficult, or one party you feel like it's not saying or it's not talking. You just ask for caucusing and say you want to have personal discussion with the parties, which is legally provided for. A personal discussion with the parties is caucusing. Then shuttle mediation is also in a form of caucusing. But in this case, the shuttle mediation is all the discussion you are going to be having. You are not bringing the parties together. You just have them in separate rooms. You go and discuss here with this party. You come and discuss here with these parties. Caucusing is maybe after you have you had the joint session and you go to a point where there is difficulty in progressing. Then you say, okay, let me have shuttle mediation. So what you do in this shuttle mediation on caucusing is to build connection, is to build rapport, is to develop a proper understanding of the dispute at hand. You are addressing emotional breakdowns and all of those things. The person will be crying there, in the caucus, all those crying, all this display of emotions, empathy that you need to display. All of those things are in the caucusing. If you are in the main room and then someone is crying, you carry your handkerchief and say, please stay clean. They say, this one, it may be a conduct that is tantamount to you are tilting towards this other side, so you need to take note. So level playing field to avoid power imbalance. You are the one that will be able to know when there is a mediation between a father and a son, or between an employer and an employee. The power imbalance is person may not be able to speak really clearly and easily in that kind of arrangement. So what you need to do, you are the one that will create an environment for you to be able to you'll be the one to create the environment for a party to feel free to speak. Then you use it to also break stalemate. Sometimes you see somebody making unreasonable offer. You say, okay, I'm claiming 10 million. And then you'll be like, and this other person say, I don't even know where to start. 10 million? You say, so it's better we just find another way. Let's just go to court. So in that place, you can go and do reality testing, try to find out what do you mean by this, what do you mean by that, and all of those things, You do your reality testing, you ask your question, you do all you need to do with the aim of breaking the stalemate. Now, who can see what is written on the screen? Who can see what is on the screen?
I can see it.
Okay, please read it out for us.
We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them.
Perfect. That is the essence. That's according to Albert Einstein. You cannot solve a problem with the same thinking that you use in creating them. So that's the power of reframing. What does reframing mean? Reframing is the ability to rethink the context or issues surrounding a question, a problem, or an event in a way that serves to influence how the context or the issues are perceived and evaluated, right? This is according to American Logical Association Dictionary. Now, language plays an important role. If you are not speaking, please mute your mic, or we should just mute everyone. Now, language plays a vital role. Words can inflame or reframe a problem. Now imagine somebody say you are very stupid for saying this kind of thing. You as a mediator, you should be able to reframe that. You say, if I get what you are saying, I think you are actually not happy with the way, the other person is speaking or talking. So, the language you use, there is a way you can tell somebody that he has not done well. Like if you now say the person can fight, but there is a way you pass across. You can tell somebody that is very stupid in such a way that even he himself will be happy accepting what you are saying. That is the logic in it. Now, aside from that, another techniques you can use is interest identification. Interest identification. Now, interest identification is a three-dimensional listening to grab the turning points of events. Interest identification. When the parties are giving their opening statement, you are listening to them to be able to know what is really the issue. Because we talked about the issue of agenda setting. It is this important interest that you have identified that is going to be part of your agenda when you are setting it. So you look at the use of transformational questions to generate interest of the parties, transformational questions. Then you need to extract and identify the interest of the parties in the form of discussion. Then the issue of effective communication of interest of the parties. You may have an interest. If you don't pass across your interest to the other person properly, you may not be able to know how to go about it. So interest identification is key. If you go about discussing unimportant issues, and when it is time for you to discuss the most important interests of the parties, you are not available, then you have done yourself harm. You have done yourself harm, really, So All right. Now, another thing you can do is being an agent of reality. Now, you can be an agent of reality to the parties. So, as you see, mediators actually use their evaluative and persuasive skills to speak to the parties. Now, in the course of your mediation, you discover that you need to bring in the skills. All these skills that we are discussing and we are teaching you, we call them mediation skills, because it's not every time that you have to use every of the skills, but you should know when to deploy an important skill where necessary. It is not all mediation that you are going to get to a point where you have an impasse. Some you just settle and then you feel that, wow, the thing just went so easily. Some you have to do a very serious work to be able to get to that point. So what do? You use your skills to be able to persuade the parties using your evaluative ability. Now you can use partner. Your partner is actually the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. Then, this best alternative, maybe when you are in a caucus and you are discussing with the parties, you can ask them, what do you think it would be like if you are not able to resolve this issue or this problem here at the mediation table? You ask them those questions. Now, parties, you help them look at their best alternative. What would be your alternative when you are not able to resolve this matter here? So these are the things you can use as persuasion. You say, okay, do you have idea how much you will spend in, how much you are going to spend in cash and the time you are going to spend in pursuing a cause of action in court? These are some of the things you are going to use. Then the use of what now? What now is the worst alternative to a negotiated agreement. What will be your worst alternative? You say, let's go to court. Somebody say, please, I'm hearing a noise in the background. Okay, so these are all the things that you can use. Be an agent of what? Reality. You do reality testing. When you are with the parties, you ask all manner of questions, you help them see. Somebody, one woman was saying that she's going to go with her children, none of them is going to go with the man, and they are trying to separate. So at the caucusing, we say, Madam, which culture? That is even a culture, it's a traditional wedding. So we say, do you know that according to this custom or according to the law, this is what the law provides? Do you know that this person, he can go with his children? Do you know that even when you stay with the children, when they grow up and they start asking, where is my father? What would you do? What would you say? Are you going to be monitoring the child or stop the child from looking for his father? So by the time you discuss all of this, you say, okay, now two of you are not interested in staying or being married. How about your children? Look at your children. What is the interest? Both of you, I see that you have an interest for your children. What can you do in order to secure the future of these children? It will not affect. These are some of the things that you'll be looking at. Are we together, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so another thing you can use is questions. Questions. We have talked about questioning techniques. You can do probing questions. You can look at, a question that will give you, opportunity to explain. Question that will just solicit an answer, a yes or no. Look at them. What do you think would be the most effective thing we could do right now? You are asking the person. So you use question to work on the parties to shift the negotiation from positional to interest. Now, imagine the person is saying that, no, I am going with my children, whether he likes it or not. It's better all of us will go die here. I must go with my children. You know, so these are positions. The first thing parties tell you about their story, that's their position. It is your duty to help them shift from position to the interest. So you ask them this kind of question. What do you think would be the most effective thing for us to do right now? What do you see as a consequence of this action or that action or this thing that we are now? You know, what do you see as the consequence of that? Help me understand so I can help you. You know, these are statements that will help you extract the interest of the parties. So it's very, very important. What could we do at this point that would be most helpful to you? You know, you are trying to solicit something that is very, very important from the parties. Now, your goal is to move the parties from the positional to interest negotiation. They have said, this is my position. This person has to do this for me. This other person say, no, you have to do this for me. Now your own is there to help them move. If they stay at the positional, it means that there is a deadlock. They are not going to move forward. So it is your role to help them move. Now, if you see the diagram here, the first position are the first thing that the parties are saying. That's their zone of conflict or compromise, you know. So that is it. So when you look at that triangle, you look at it very well, you discover that there is a place where it is their position, then their area of interest, they are so wide. Everybody is saying this is where, you know, when we are talking, like yesterday, you saw that the prof, he drew a funnel for us. At first, the matters are very wide. Then gradually it will be going to an end. Then look at this thing very well, the triangle. You see the area of their positions, they are very straightforward as this is what we want, this is what we want. Then look at the area of their interest. When you identify their interest, there are variety, there are plenty. Now look at the last triangle in the middle. You will discover that there is this place where their interests both meet and cross, and they are all inside, and those are the areas of mutual interest. Those are the areas where you can easily extract the necessary and relevant information you need for them to resolve and settle. So those are the places where they can easily collaborate. That is very, very important for us to take note. Then another thing that you can use is mediator's proposal. Now, the idea of mediation, before they say a mediator is not permitted to make a proposal. Proposal is, you know, it's not something you just go into a dispute without allowing the parties to discuss and help them to settle. You can only resort to this thing where it is necessary, mediator's proposal. Use of mediator's proposal to resolve a partial or a substantial issue rests on the idea the mediator is legitimate, is a legitimate negotiator. Remember, he is there and is negotiating. He's a third party negotiator that does not negotiate for himself, but for the parties. So these are 4 important things you need to consider if you want to use mediator's proposal. You must make use of it as an instrument of last resort, and you must obtain the prior consent of the parties before you can make use of this mediator's proposal. The one important thing you also need to consider is the fact that parties may request the party or the mediator to initiate it. They say, okay, party, okay, sir, we have done all this, okay, you tell us how we are going to resolve this thing. Sometimes you can be confronted by parties like this. Tell us how. Now, when this is done, this is the third thing you need to consider. So formal consent of parties before signing of the memorandum of agreement, mediation agreement is very important, because by the time you propose to them and they do not, you need to avoid the situation where they will come and tell you that, hey, the mediator say like this, so what are you going to do? I have to agree with him. No, they are the one taking the decision. Now the AMA says that a mediator can make a proposal for parties. You can make suggestions as a solution, but it should be the last resort. And more importantly, it must not be imposed on the parties. They are the one it has to be done subject to the consent of the parties. Then encourage the parties in secular caucusing. You know, this mediator's proposal. You can do it when the parties are in separate caucusing. You go, you discuss here, and you have an idea. I've done a mediation where somebody is claiming 10 naira. I say, this is what you give. And on the other side, they are willing to pay 20,000. They are willing to pay 20 naira. Well, the person who is offended is willing to collect 10. So when I had that, I didn't want to. I want to avoid a situation where you want to go and say. So when that's why the information you elicit, you don't need to share with the other party, but you can use it. So when you go to the table, you have party A, party B. Party A is ready to accept 10 naira. Party B is ready to pay 20 naira. So instead of you to come and begin to say, okay, this is what party A says. If you want to assist them, you go for the party that is willing to pay the higher amount. If you ask the person that you already know that is ready to collect 10, you can only call an amount that is just 10 naira. But the other person acknowledge that they are willing to pay above. So you say, okay, in these circumstances, can we reconvert? Yes. Okay, now based on our discussion, how much are you willing to offer? You see that the person is okay, we can offer 10, 20 naira. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. So mediator's proposal, you need to know when to use it. Then you now have the use of bracketing. You have a situation where party A is proposing 10 naira. Party B is proposing 20 naira. So what do? You are trying to see how they can have a meeting point. So bracketing is a strategy of negotiation proposed by the mediator, where one party rises up to X on condition that the other party scales down to Y. When you have someone asking for 10 naira, another person asking for 20, you now say, okay, if party A is able to scale up, maybe if party B is able to come down to 15, then this person can come up to 15. You are trying to get them into a bracket, you know. So somebody will come up, then the other person will come down, you know. That is it. So it facilitates mutual concession. And you have to do that with the consent of the parties. So initiation of bracketing, parties, mediators, representative of the parties can initiate it. You know, you are looking for solution, you are looking for a way out. Somebody say, okay, we are negotiating. You know, if it is in the market, this one say no, last is 15 naira. Then you say, but me, I'm giving you I'm giving you 30 naira. How about 35 naira? Then the person will say, no, 35 naira. Then they will now call it third neutral party and say, okay, what is the problem here now? They say, I offered him 35. He said, no, he said, last is 50. Then the person will say, okay, since the difference between the two of you is just 15 naira, why you can't you just come up to 40 naira where this other person comes down and meet you at that 40 so that you people can have an agreement? That is the use of bracketing. Very important. Then another one is the use of experts. These experts are people, we have done a mediation where the parties are saying that they are not able to give birth to a child. And the woman is saying that the man wants a child of his own. And the woman is not able to conceive and give birth. And then they say, let's adopt. We say, no, we cannot adopt. I want my own child. So at the point, we have to say, okay, let us consult experts. Let's get a medical doctor or a gynecologist. Let him come and explain. But these people can be able to conceive, give birth by themselves without adopting or using any of those. They are, tell us the various ways and options that these people can give birth. So that is the use of experts. You use their expertise. That's very, very important. Then one important last part that we need to look at is the use of apologies. Sometimes conflict are sponsored or reach a deadlock because people are proud. They are not ready to say, okay, I'm sorry for this and I'm done. So you see that they are taking the matter so serious to the point that you think as if it's somebody that died. But it's just because someone is not humble enough to say, please, I'm sorry. So in this kind of situation, by the time you discuss and you hear from the parties, you are able to identify the interests of the parties. You will now be able to understand the real catalyst or the sustainer or the pillar of that conflict. What is sustaining it? This person is saying, I am the landlord, and there was a matter in court. The landlord took the tenant to court. And when they go to the court and then it is time for hearing, the tenant just stood up in court and said, how about landlord? How about landlord? I'm very sorry. How about this is not reach this level now? This kind of thing. Then the landlord just did like this. You see, I didn't take these things. Yes, wouldn't have gotten here. So you see the situation. If he had apologized or apologized to the landlord earlier and said, I'm sorry, this and that, would have not. So I would have not gotten to the court. So you see a situation where the use of apology say, "Oga landlord, sorry, look at this situation." But the landlord, the tenant is too proud to go and beg the landlord, and they are in court, and is now begging in court, and the landlord is saying, if only he had apologized earlier than this, he wouldn't have been in court. So you see, that may be the situation. So the mediator will know when you actually know what this other party needs. Sometimes it is the mediator himself that will beg the party, say, please, 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 you are begging on behalf. Then the person will be doing like this. Yes, they are begging me. You are just helping them to resolve news. So sometimes you'll be the one that will carry all the sponge, the slap, the begging. You are the mediator. By the time they say to everybody who feel that it's important, but they don't know that you are the one that sacrificed to make them that important, So mediator will be the one to be the catalyst to initiate that kind of thing. And his role is to help the parties articulate their ideas, their thoughts, their feelings, their beliefs, and arguments. You may ask the party, okay, if I get you correctly, you need him to apologize in this instance. The party is okay, if you apologize, that would be good. But the other party is not willing and ready to apologize. Then it is left for you to use your mediation skills to see how you can prevail on him to apologize. That is your role. That's why they are paying you. Then you need to facilitate the apology. You will see sometimes I can see that you actually are not happy or you feel a sense of regret for this thing that happened. Say, in fact, I'm telling you, I've never found myself in this kind of situation. I've never uttered a word or fought with anybody. This is the first time, and I'm not happy that this thing happened. You know, you have gotten the person. You see that, say, oh, now if you have an opportunity to apologize to this person, will you be able to apologize? You say, I will apologize. So my peace of mind is the most important thing to me. I cherish you so much. Oh, it is my peace of mind. You know, you are already understanding. Sometimes you see someone has done something wrong and is regretting. You are the one that will help them. You show empathy. Sometimes you say, do you know that the other time I felt that he was just looking at me, even to say sorry? That may be the reason for the dispute. So you need to very take note, and you need to be very careful on how to go about. So as the essentials of an apology, what is it? It's just acknowledgement of injurious behavior, the wrongful nature of the behavior, and then commitment to commitment not to repeat that kind of thing again. That is the essence and the key of an apology. So basically, that is what we need to know about strategies to be able to navigate through an apology. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that you have added value and you have an understanding of what we are discussing. Okay. Thank you. So I will entertain question if there is, and if there is not. Our time is long overdue. So I would want to know whether you want to take the practical section or adjourn till tomorrow.
Let's adjourn till tomorrow, in my opinion.
Tomorrow.
Yes, please. Tomorrow,
Seconded.
we've had enough for today.
Okay.
Seconded, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. So with this, do we have any question before we? Any question?
Yes, sir. I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, please.
What happens in a situation where, can I go on?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. What happens in a situation where one of the parties is unreasonably refusing to accept probably the offer or the resolution at hand, and it's obvious that he just doesn't want to?
I did not get what you are saying. If one of the parties refused to settle.
Yeah, when we were talking about offers, yeah, while we were talking about offers and demand, trying to resolve, navigating through all of it, we talked about the two of them agreeing on a solution.
Okay. Yes, what did you say, sir?
No, but in a situation where you, the mediator, and one of the party seems to have come to a resolution, but one of the disputant is adamant and he does not have a good reason. Is there anything we can do?
That is why we have taught you about these strategies. You see, this thing is a practical thing. It is when you find yourself in that situation, when one person has agreed to something, it is left for you to use your skills. That's why we say you can do a caucusing. When this person you see that is willing to settle, from the onset you see that the parties are not willing to settle at all. But when you see one person is willing to settle, you want to go and engage the other person through your questioning techniques, through your active listening, through all of those things that we have taught you. You want to use it because that is what they are paying you for. Do you understand? It is a skill that you develop with time. With time, when you begin to practice this thing we have taught you, you will see that you will begin to develop your strategy and your own way of doing it. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. But are you saying, yes, sorry, are you saying it is not possible that at a point, after employing all of these things, it is still possible that one party is, what should we do?
Okay, please, can you drop that question on the chat box? I cannot actually hear what you are saying.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I will do so.
All right, thank you. Who wants to speak again? I say, is it Ogbodo?
Yes, sir. I just want to employ you to send the video on time on our WhatsApp because the network
We should send you
has
what?
not been to me at all. The same thing happened. The network has been very, very bad. The same thing yesterday evening, I couldn't enjoy.
Okay, we are going to drop the link to the recording in your platform after the meeting. We will drop it in the platform after the meeting. Okay, so in the absence of any further question, I will say that thank you very much for staying with us. In the absence of any further question, I want to say thank you very much for staying with us to this time. Let us take a break now and go back and return tomorrow so that I pray that all of us will be available and then we can go on and enjoy ourselves tomorrow. Please ensure that you create a very good opportunity to have good network. So at the end of this, please put on your cameras. Let's have our last snapshot, which we are going to use for our attendance. Put on your cameras. Everybody, please. You put on your cameras. Okay. Mungu, Infinix. Who is Infinix, please?
I am the one I have tried to edit and put in my name.
Oh.
It's been pretty difficult.
Is it Mr. Joe?
No, this is Gitik Daniel.
Pardon?
It is Gitik Daniel.
Okay. Nahid, your worship, please, can you put on your camera?
Oh, I can see my name. Anyway.
Yes, I would. Just give me a minute, please. I'll do it right away. Okay. Sorry, I was praying.
No, my name is.
Hello, sir.
All right.
I can't see my name. Olakunle.
All right. Thank you very much. I can see your beautiful faces. Thank you. See you tomorrow then. We're going to share this with you on the platform. Please do well to share it on your social media, and we want you to send us the link, especially on LinkedIn and Facebook, the link that you have pasted what you have learned in day 1, day 2, day 3 is part of your assessment. So go back to your timetable, what you have learned, share it on social media, and send us the link. We are going to go and verify. Tag the institute, tag your facilitators. That will be all. Send us the link for day 1, day 2, day 3 that you have pasted on LinkedIn, tagging us and your facilitators for each day. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.
Okay, I have a question, sir.
Okay.
Oh, for someone like me, I haven't posted anything on my social media so far. So can I do that today?
Yes, start from day 1.
I wasn't aware that we were supposed to post daily.
Yes, so go and do it day 1, day 2, day 3 separately. Don't join the 3 days at once, so no. Do it separately. Day 1, I've learned this and this and this. These are our facilitators. Tag them. Tag Shati. You will see Settlement House Area Training Institute. Shati. Tag Shati in your post. And then please, some of you who have not been following us, when you go to LinkedIn or social media, please click follow us on their social media, on our social media handles, please. Follow us and then make your post tagging us. We will respond accordingly. All right, see you tomorrow. God bless you.
So what else?
Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Kindly subscribe to all our YouTube.